Good. Good morning, everybody. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope everybody's doing well. It is the stream time. It is time to stream the video games. I have 3 video games I found for this weekend, and we're going to go through them in respective order, and we'll see how long they can entertain me for each. So let's check these out. First game is called How Many Dudes. This was recommended to me by Ahmad, and we're gonna give it a try. Ferulian Day, appreciate the 18 months. So lovely to see you back on our screens. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know much about this game other than it's got somebody fighting gorillas. So, ever play Hades 2? Yes, a lot. A lot. I really wanted to see the bathroom inside your TV Crits episode. The bathroom was normal. It's a pretty normal bathroom. No more Pal World? So I've been playing Pal World. I have been playing Pal World off stream. I'm like level 45. I just beat the 4th badge. What I will say is the game is really tedious, but my wife makes it a pleasure. Because I need ingots. I need lots of ingots. And then she makes me ingots while I go kill stuff. So I have been playing more Pal World. I didn't drop it. But alright, let's give this a shot. Alright, you just hit new run, it goes right into it. I like that. I like how quick you get right into this game. Okay. Now all of a sudden I'm less excited, but gains 2% AD and max HP for every additional regular dude in your roster. Okay. Okay. Okay, well the only choice is fight, so... You force your wife to make you ingots? Yes, I do. Well, she uses the pals, but she sets up the, like... Okay, the first thing we do is we fight a bunch of babies. Jesus. Okay. We need more dudes. When he receives healing, he has 15% chance to taunt enemies, 20% chance to block direct damage, named sure. I mean, this one has more numbers, so... Okay. Round 2 relic, completing this round. Okay. So there's a merchant here. You want to fight 7 little ducks or 2 mallard ducks and 3 duck-sized horses? Not sure if it was already recommended, but Guild Run slaps. Very cool game. Yeah, we were one of the first people to play Guild Run. We played about 14 hours of it. I've seen enough of Guild Run. It's good, and then they need to like actually release the game now. Okay, let's fight 7 little ducks. Go for the one that gives you more rewards. I only have 2 people. I feel like that's dangerous. I'm gonna fight 7 little ducks. I like the Donald Duck noise. That's great. Another Spartan dude? Sure. Alright. When a dude takes damage that drops his HP below 30%, he gains cleave? Nah. And more XP? Sure. Actually, we need more AP. We're gonna punch things harder. I like it. Okay. Have you ever played the Bazaar before? I've seen a lot about the Bazaar, but I've never actually sat and played it. It's my honest answer. How's the volume, by the way? Is it a little too loud? Who in the world wears shoes inside? Okay, I posted the office tour video, and the two things that everyone talked about was not my office or my collection. It was the cat, and why is Mort wearing shoes? And I didn't realize me wearing shoes was going to be such a big bothersome. I don't often wear shoes. I am wearing socks right now. Socks. But, like, it's not a big deal, man. It was just for a little bit. Alright, I like beating up toddlers. Let's beat up some toddlers. Nice. Alright, cyborg dudes. After he lands 10 direct damage while in dude form, he shapeshifts into a bear, gaining ADP. Sure. I like druids. I feel like I need something tanky, though. Screw it. Isn't a good portion of your fan base in Asia? Maybe. At this time of day, it's usually more Europe, but 28 toddlers. Gonna need a healer at some point? I mean, they didn't offer me a healer. Whatever, let's fight 28 toddlers. Whoa, he's a big bear. I mean... Okay, what do we got here? $557. Let's see here. If used in the ranch, revives 10 dudes. If used during battle, revives 5 dudes with full HP. Okay, I mean, sure. It says free. All dudes gain 5% evasion. The dude type at the end of your roster gains 30% max HP. Calls down a meteor, deals 110 damage. I mean, I'll buy this. Okay, so far it seems pretty simple. How many kindergartners do you think you can fight at the same time and survive? Oh, like, at least 20. Kindergartners are not threatening. Okay, so my druids have a bunch of max HP. Cool. Don't die. Don't die, dude. Okay. More druid dudes for that bonus. You can reorder your roster by clicking a dude and dragging it to a new slot. I am trying. Okay, there we go. I see. But I want the druids down here. Okay. 44 toddlers. Let's go. The blood is just disgusting, man. Alright, troopers. When battle starts and every 10 seconds, he calls down an orbital strike. Natural toughness. When he receives healing from another dude, he donates. So that'd be good if we had another healer, but we don't have another healer. I mean, these seem pretty cool. The bounce animation, man. This bounce animation is something. Go hardcore, this is too easy. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally playing it for the first time, so I don't know how this works. A regular dude wandered into your ranch. Great. Alright, we can take down 24 rats. More druids. When a dude gets knocked out, he has a 15% chance to revive and instantly heal. All dudes have 40% cleave. All dudes have 10% toughness. AoE damage. Great. 22 duck-sized horses. Nah. Oh wait, those are big ducks. Those are big ducks. Nah, we're good. We're good. Mort, please drink the Pepsi so I can go to bed peacefully. All right, we'll do. Cheers. I don't know. So far, this game hasn't like grabbed me. It's just like, yep, you keep beating up on stuff, but we'll see. He taunts enemies for 3 seconds when battle starts. Every 5 seconds, he takes a drink of rum. That seems good. Let all my other guys do damage. Oh wait, this is a healer. This is a healer. This seems good. All right, we'll take the ghost. And a free dude. All right, we have $694. All dudes gain 5% toughness and 1% regeneration. If someone dies, everyone gets a heal. I'm gonna buy this one. Okay. Is it worth for eco for the next shop? That's true. Maybe I should have ecoed. I don't know if there's like, it seems like it just plays. So, are you ever gonna play TFT again? Maybe someday. Not soon, but maybe someday. I feel like there's any chance I have to fight toddlers, I'm gonna do that. Whoa. Whoa! That turtle's harsh. Okay. Back from Pal World TCG locals, just in time to watch Mort. I tried to buy some Pal World for my wife. The shops around here didn't have any, but I have a few people on Discord who have been offering to help me get some for her, so. Because she would like to open some of those. All right, we have that cleave, right? I bought that cleave, so I'm gonna fight 68 little ducks and let the AoE do work. Did you have much involvement with the move to Unreal Engine? No, I had basically no involvement in that. Easy. Easy. Another ghost dude. Okay. Immediately grants 2 health potions and reduces their price by 50%. Meh. The Spartan dude gains toughness and his phalanx. These are all kind of meh. I'm gonna do this one. Okay. 45 duck-sized horses. Nah. What's the weirdest thing I've ever put in my mouth? The weirdest thing I've ever put in my mouth. Probably a baseball. Druid. Oh god, it's the big turtle again. The blood is so unnecessary. $25% of all overhealing now converted in temporary health. The druid dude. Oh wait, that seems good. We have a druid. We're gonna do that. Doing a druid build. Oh, I can fight 7 goats. 7 goats are nothing. Oh wait, someone died. Someone died. Did someone die?
Uh-huh.
18 out of 19. Oh no. Hope everything's going well. It's going okay. He died to the snapping turtle? Oh. All dudes gain 10% max HP. In addition, Ghost Dude has evasion. Oh, that seems good. I don't feel like wasting a potion on just a regular dude, though. I think... Oh, God. Print screen. That's how you feel during the day, man. Everyone else just partying and you're like, I'm tired of working. They respawn after a few rounds? Okay, great. Great. Time to fight some geese. Why he cheeked up? Yeah, true. More druids. 41 rats. Okay. Boop. More druids. A cougar? F it. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, what do we got here? Every 3 seconds, the cowboy dude roster. That's the taunt and dash. Every 3 seconds, the samurai dude. We got some Yasuo going on here. Oh, there's a bonus here. Warrior dudes use precision and coordinated attacks and work together. Okay, that seems like we should take that. When he deals direct damage, yeah, let's just take this. 53 duck-sized horses or 55 mallard ducks. Mallard ducks. By the way, this guy's bonus was every 3 seconds, and that fight lasted like 5 seconds. So, are you also going to play League Classic? I could play League Classic at some point. I haven't played it yet. When a dude gets knocked out, he creates a burst of toxic gas. Jesus. All dudes gain more AP during battle per unconscious dude on your team. Okay. Sure. Well, these are all kind of bad also. I only have 2 Spartans. I'll do that one. 94 little ducks. Stotch, appreciate the prime, by the way. Oh, the music changed. Okay. Okay, 25% of all overhealing. Restocking the merchant dude shop now costs... that's not worth. I don't have that much healing. I'm just going to hold this. All dudes lose 25% healing received. 1 horse-sized duck and 89 duck-sized horses. Okay. Good luck. Oh no, a ghost died. No! Yo, chill, duck, chill. No. Okay, I lost a lot of people. The dude type at the top of your roster gains 30% attack power. When a dude deflects, immediately grants 2 pocket dice. No, let's do this one. You found a trinket stash. While the wielder is above 70% HP, he gains 30% toughness. Okay. All right, that's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna use one of these. There we go. Everyone's good to go. Okay, let's fight a cougar. Messed up. Druid. You found some crap. Okay, great. Dudes getting around that your dudes are pretty tough. You gotta pony up that entry fee to fight. If you win, you can pick a relic from the prize pool. Wanna buy in? Yes. Oh my god, he's killing everyone. What? Guys, kill him. What are you doing? Guys! Oh my god, I lost so many guys. At least I got a relic. Oh, this is great. This is more stuff for my druids. All dudes gain lifesteal. It's only 5% though. Nah, we're doing this. Oh yeah, they do all get revived. Sweet. That was great. Okay. Remember to put your trooper dudes at the top of the list for your attack bonus. Good idea, you're right. You're totally right. That's a great idea. I wonder if I'm supposed to switch this up a little, though. Nah. We'll leave it alone. Okay. Okay, I have so much damage. Yo, Posh Lucas, appreciate the 55 months. How many dudes? Seems like a lot. With shoes in the house? Oh, come on, man. Like I said, I didn't realize the shoe in the house thing was going to offend people so much, but apparently it did. Lesson learned. Oh my god, 393 toddlers. I gotta see how this works. It was so stupid. Oh god. I mean, we have an AoE build, so it feels like anytime I have a lot of fights, I'm gonna like fight stuff. These fights are very short. All dudes gain 20% evasion for 8 seconds when the battle starts. That seems really good. Bear 4. Oh, wait. This seems great, too. Holy. So what I'm thinking is, by the way, because the ghosts heal off their AD, I'm going to put the ghosts at the top so they get the AD bonus. Yeah. So does this game have some kind of peak for having less dudes? I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, this is literally my first run, so... And so far it seems like there is a lot of numbers that don't matter, and it's really just jam everyone in. But we'll see. The troopers called down an airstrike at the start of the map, which clears it out. Yeah, I saw. It is true. But right now it's mostly my druids. Oh, wait. Lend me bare knuckle and you'll get bare mace. Whoa. Druid gains 10% crit. And he takes damage. He has a 10% chance to counterattack. The druid dude deals AD. Has a 50% chance to strike again. That seems good. That seems like an upgrade. To go from bare knuckle to bare mace. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Okay. And then evasion for this? No. Great. Cool. Gone for 11 rounds, though? Wait, what's... Oh. It's gone? Oh, that's dumb. Oh, well. What is this game? Yeah, it's a very weird game. Could you imagine if I was like, this is my game? It's not. This is not my game. Consumable, consumable, sure. 245 bees. Okay. Trooper. I don't know, it feels like every AoE fight's gonna be very easy. Three crabs. What do crabs do? When this creature deals AD, it has 10% chance to latch on its target. Ouch. Okay. Well, I'd rather fight 3 crabs than 2 cougars, so... I'm a size 13 and my pinky finger has paid the price many times of not wearing shoes indoors as a kid. I don't know about shoes indoors. Like I said, most of the time I don't, but... Dude, your whole crop of regular dudes just hanging around being all weak and dumb. If you want, I'll train them up real good. Just give me 5 rounds and they'll come back different. So we can turn my regular dudes into druid dudes. Okay. Done. $158 rats. Although I did just lose a lot of dudes. Screw it. So, what's going on right now in this game, by the way, is actually something that, like, I don't like about Hearthstone Battlegrounds and games like this, where it's like, the optimal strategy is buy lots of the same thing. Yay! Like, I want to combine stuff and make interesting combinations, not just click Druid over and over. Uh-oh, there's no AoE fight. Uh-oh. Alright, we're gonna go with the easy one. Bedge vertical druids? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, a ghost dude grants 10% evasion and 5% life steal. That seems good. More evasion. Immediately grants 2. Nope. Immediate grant. Nope. We're doing this. These one that just give you consumables don't seem very good. I kind of disagree in that I like building around one thing, but the building around needs to be interesting. So I'd like buying druids, but then there should be a variety of things to support them. Yeah, I get that. I get that for sure. I understand the appeal, but like the combinatorics to me are the interesting thing. I don't mind buying a lot of druids, but like let druids, you know, combine with someone who gives attack speed, and then you like do something cool there. I don't want the optimal build to just be a ton of druids, you know? Yeah. Okay. Druid. Let's see here. Today's price. Okay, hang on. Anyways, I've got cash. I can cook up a nice meal for one of your dude types that make him stronger for the rest of the run. Okay.
Oh, yummy!
Oh, look. I'm going to put it on the druids. Like, again, like... It's fine. It's fine. Now my druids are even better. 146 mallard ducks. Go! I lost one guy. You idiot, now your druids are weak to seagulls? Wait, what? Because they have hot pot? 243 little ducks. Okay. Your dudes return. Oh my god, I have so many druids now. 25 dog-sized rats. That's big rats. Hey, Mort, I enjoyed your new walk the dog showing your office. Thank you. Like I said, you guys have always been asking for it, so... Dog is such a variable size? True. True. Dog is a variable size. Two alpha wolves. Will sometimes seek out injured dudes and dash to them? No way. Oh god, that's a big goose. I like how I have this just one regular dude hanging out with all these druids. Oh yeah. You can have this back, and here's your bonus. Oh my god, you get both? Alright, well, this game just got easy. And also, guys, 880 toddlers are about to just get eaten by bears. Hey, Doubles, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Alright, 880 toddlers. Good luck. So stupid. Oh god. So dumb. I can double your investment in just 15 rounds. Am I a coward or a baller? I mean... Yeah. I'm a baller. Easy. Honestly, I mean, it's impressive the frame rate held up pretty well. How many rounds? Is this infinite? I don't think it's infinite. I'm gonna guess it's 100 rounds. That's my guess. Alright, I can't afford anything. Alright. Reckless. Enemies gain taunt resistance. That's nice. A bunch of snakes. Alright. Good luck. Good luck. Oh no! Troopers! Ghosts! No! Oh, my evasion's gone. Didn't matter. Druid. Spartan dudes, spores. When the ghost dude casts phase, that seems good. For every 25 feet the wielder travels, they gain AD. Dudes adjacent to the wielder gain crit and evasion for every 2 wielders. What? Dudes adjacent to the wielder. So if I put this on troopers, then the ones next to the troopers would gain 20 crit and 20 evasion. Or no, 10 crit and 10 evasion. Who cares what they do? Just pick based off names? Oh, that's actually a really fun idea. Alright, well then I'm just going to take... I mean... Those are jorts. Alright, based off Dino's logic of just choosing what's the funniest one is, we're going to take some jorts. And put them on our ghosts. Just based off the name. This is still funny to me. I love this. Easy. Woo! Okay. It'll only take 10 rounds to get my hands on some unconventional relics for you to choose from for a fee, of course. Safety glasses, tax break. I mean, we do need tax breaks. Sensitivity training. Sure. 375 duck-sized horses, go! I mean, you could use a jobs ad, right? Ouch. You're not wrong, but ouch. Woo! 194 gooses, go! This is also the kind of game, by the way, so far that, like, I can imagine the first 3 stages being really easy, and it kind of being a grind to, like, have to replay the first 3 over and over.
Waha!
654 little ducks. Okay. The grinding is why I use cheat engine speed boost. Ah, I see. When a dude takes damage from an enemy's cleave, he has a 25% chance to curse the attacker, implying cleave down. Eh. No. Nah. 29 crabs, go! It's mostly carried by how funny the characters are. I don't think outside of like 5 runs there's a ton of replayability. Yeah, I could see that for sure. So far, I mean, I was also expecting them to show me more different types of dudes, but instead it's just like, I don't know. All right, lend me this. You'll get this. When any dude gets knocked out, lend me this. You know what? We're just going full ball out here. You get 5 per run? Ah. That makes sense. That would help keep the frame rate down. Woohoo! The visual effects of like the menus and stuff too, I really like the charm. It's just like it's snappy, it's got its own look. I do like that a lot. Cool. Any more Pal World this week? I've been playing, like I said, I've been playing a bunch of Pal World still with my wife. I just beat the 4th badge. I have like level 45. Having fun with it. 2 regular dudes available. I mean... Goodbye, regular dudes. 345 Mallard Ducks. Anytime there's a big number, I'm fighting it. Ooh. Okay. Smelling salts. Sure. Oh, there's only small numbers this time. Alright, we're gonna fight 2 panda bears. Did you know there's an upcoming Auto Battler Fest on Steam? No, I didn't. That actually sounds worth spending some time to look out. An Auto Battler Fest, huh? I would place a bunch of games like that. Samurai Dude, any dudes, and Spartans. Samurai Dude, I get. Well, these are all bad. Every 8 seconds. Fights don't even last 8 seconds. Whatever, it's a warp deck. I don't care. 60 Canada Gooses. Well, we all know what we say about Canada. Canada can't fight, so See, Canada is weak. Canada couldn't even take down one dude. Pathetic. Arm Wrestler, appreciate the 26 months. Can I get a Pepsi? I'm down. Okay. I told you I'd be back. All right, do we want safety glasses, a non-cord, or sensitivity training? I'm thinking safety glasses. We need sensitivity training? I don't know, man. My druids are not very sensitive. That's a pig. Okay.
Cha-ching.
Yo, 45 Canada Gooses, goodbye. I also feel like they're cheating. Like, I don't think there's as many things on screen as they say there are, at least on the dude side. 636 duck-sized horses. Yes, please. Easy. Samurai Dude. When a dude blocks, we don't block that much, though. Count them, bet you want. True. This game settles any X-sized animal would you rather have debate you could ever have. That's clearly the idea for the game. Yeah, it definitely does not seem very replayable, though. It's just like the novelty's wearing off pretty fast. It is funny, but... This is what I was saying, by the way, too. It's like there's so many games nowadays that are like menu click. I don't know. And my game requires APM, so I'm pretty doomed. People don't want games with APM anymore. Yay! 31 honey badgers and 1 king cobra. Yeah, screw it. Easy. Baller package.
Yeah.
Your face requires APM? Is that true? Is that actually true? It might be true. $31 Rams. Okay. Was listening to the Pal World stream yesterday as background soundtrack. Will it be on YouTube? It's already on YouTube. I made a Mort Dog VODs channel so that all the Twitch VODs are on YouTube. So, because people kept asking me for that, so I did. I don't have any money. All right, 4 Panthers and 38 Honey Badgers. Okay, let's go. Uh-oh, I lost a dude. I'm losing dudes. I'm losing dudes. No. Oh, God, I lost dudes. I won a Silver Star boss fight. Sweet. Medical... Okay, I'm not even reading them. I'm not even reading them this time. Medical license, diss track, or socialism. I'm going with diss track. Didn't even read it. Great. Didn't even read it. Hope it's good. This is the funniest thing in the game, by the way. Absolutely the funniest thing in the game. All right, everyone's full. 98 crabs. Go. The funniest option was to give socialism to the Spartans. That's too highbrow comedy, man. Okay, the promoter dude arrives. You got to pony up a fee. 284 to beat a werewolf spelled wrong, and 11 horse-sized ducks. Screw it. Let's go. Whoa, these are actually tough. I'm gonna use consumables to win. I did it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here. Okay. Sorry, I'll do better. 6-7. See, there you go. That now you're getting humor. Humor is when you just say 6-7. 99 Rams, go. Oh god, these have a lot of health. The numbers aren't small. Whatever. I don't even have a good use for money anymore. Like, I'm about to have like $8,000 and nothing to spend it on. I mean, buy. What's a bareback? Bear form now grants 20% toughness, and I mean, yes, anything to make my druids better. Cool. 117 Rams, go! Didn't even lose a single druid. Easy. Druids. Lend me my focus myths, and you'll get a blaze of glory. Orbital strike now delivers 3 laser grenades. Sure. Lend me my belt, and you'll get... You know what? I'll do this one. Just that one. I hope this game has a lot of different types of dudes, but so far, like I said, it's getting a little... Like, I can just blaze through this. But I guess that's what Meow was saying, is that you gotta, like, just blaze through this stuff. Yo, chill! Chill, dude. $131 ravens or 147 crabs. Goodbye, crabs. Defeat at least 100 crabs in a single battle. I earned an achievement. Let's go. Alright. Well, it didn't give me druid as an option, so... Round 69. Nice. Nice. $42 different dudes? That's a decent amount. Alright. A trooper dude. 2 Skeledudes are summoned when the battle starts. When a dude taunts, there's a 5% chance he pierces into the other world and summons a Skeledude. But none of my guys have taunt, right? So that doesn't seem very good. So we'll just buy this one. 212 ravens. The irony of getting dude juice after a round of 69. Jesus. Heart Boxers, Bamboo Dummy, Target Painter. Heart Boxers. Again, I'm just blindly going. The sound effects also of just like random goats dying. I don't know how long I can put up with that. Ooh. Wait. That seems good. 20% attack speed and 25% cleave. trooper dudes. Cool. 830 geese. God. They died so fast. Whose job is it to clean up this ring, by the way?
Cha-ching.
There we go. Look at that. $7,000. Is it geeses or gooses? That's a good question. Okay, come on. Where's my, like, 3,000 toddler round, by the way? $7,000 unemployed arc over. Jesus. All right, we got lots of money to spend. Buy. Buy. No, restock. Buy. Bear down. Buy. Restock. Haunted mirror. Buy. All dudes. Buy. Restock. Fairy ring. No. No. Restock. Restock free. Sweet. Bear arms. Oh my god, more bear stuff. One more. Knuckle bones. When a dude takes damage from an enemy's cleat. No. Crit chance. Sure. Done. Wait, another free restock. Bam. Samurai dude. Ghost dude. Sure. Done. And buy. There we go. We bought so much stuff, and now we're going to fight 107 wolves. Doesn't like powder in the arcane set, wants to be a toddler. True. True. $222 dog-sized rats, but they're plagued. It's fun just watching this number drop really fast. That's what I'm having fun with. Is this game hard at any point? No, it doesn't seem like it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, sweet. 116 wolves go. Fjord, appreciate the 79 months. He's playing on easy mode. I started the game up and played it. Like, I don't know what you want. Sure.
Yeah.
The number goes down so fast. Whee! Bitrate? Oh, sorry. Sure. Oh god, those are big tigers. I lost 2 ghosts. No, ghosts, no. Aw. All right, 16 silverback gorillas. What's this dude? Deals 9,000 damage to enemies at random and then stuns them for 1 second. The damage is evenly split. Teleports a group of dudes. Their HP is equalized. Oh, that seems good. All right. Here we go. I'm on round 80. We did it. I used consumables and we won. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. Apparently there will be a point where the difficulty jumps a lot. I mean, I'd have to imagine it's soon. $772 goats. What are these things? Crazy. Smuggler dude arrives and 10 rounds. Sure. Those are grenades for your troopers throw? Oh, cool. Yeah, the sound effects are something else on this game. Hmm. 5 big bees, 6 stallions, 15 alpha wolves. Cannot be targeted by cleave. Hey, you know what I have a bunch of? Cleave. This seems hard. This actually seems like a hard fight. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna meteor something. There we go. We did it. $240 Canada gooses. Let's go. I'm bad, bad, bad. You deserve to be punished? Ready. Appreciate the 26 months. Oh god, that's a big turtle. That looks like a Blastoise. No. Okay, wait. In how many rounds, though? 11 rounds, so I'll get him at the very end. Lose my bear grill. Get that, no. All dudes gain healing received. No. I'm worth. Thank you for all the good you gave us with TFT. No problem. No problem. Uh-oh, somebody got banned. Time to hydrate? Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Cheers. I really like the UI of this game, though. It's very clean. Very, very clean UI. How are my druids healing, by the way? Oh, oh, that's cool. From lifesteal, regeneration. Oh, that's cool. Like, this is really... It's so much more detail than they needed to do, but it's, like, nice if you want it. I really like this. This is a really good UI. Easy. Numbers guy likes numbers, more at 7. Well, I mean, come on. You're telling me this is bad? Like, it's good. It helps you learn about the systems. I don't know. This is good stuff. Easy. Where are all these grenades coming from? They come in so late. 459 seagulls. I really don't think everything red is good UI design. Okay, that's true visually. I'm talking more about the numbers, but because of my color blindness, I don't really care about the color. But you're right, like the artistic part of it could actually be improved. I agree with you there. I just see the numbers, something something tism something something. But yeah, just I like the numbers and the layout, and like I think this is like nice and clean. But you're right, like the red could be a problem for sure. I agree. All right, we got a little bit to spend here. The third dude type on your roster gets a bunch of crit chance. Okay. Unicorns. Whee! All dudes gain 10% max HP. That seems good. All dudes gain temporary health equal to 6% of their max HP every 2 seconds. Wait, why does this just seem way better than this? That just seems way better. Snapping turtles. I went to thought and said maybe we'll have a Mort stream today. Yeah. Every weekend. I'm trying to stream every weekend again. It's hard to stream during the weekdays because I end up either working on my game or doing family stuff, and so it's hard to find time during the week. But weekend, I'm really trying to commit to it. Told you I'd be back. Ticking clock, vault, or a parrot. Well, we don't need money, so vault's bad. We don't need this because we don't taunt, so I guess we're just choosing a ticking clock. And fighting 468 ravens. Real ones would stream every day. My game would never get done then. I assume we want my game to get done at some point. Boreas the Kobold. Okay, but how many dudes are there? Well, let's see here. That's 60, 77, 82. We're at 105 dudes. We're at 100, now 106 dudes.
Cha-ching.
Oh man, my samurais are dead. People are actually dying now. This isn't your game? No, this is not my game. Like I said, the only free preview I can give you of my game is that it requires APM. You play any grand strategy games, also going out with set 16 is finishing with a 10 out of 10. I'd appreciate that. To be fair, FFGS right now is playing the update that I did also. So technically some things I worked on are still not out yet, but it is what it is. Plus things change, you know. How many dudes are in your game? Like 20 something? I don't know. Why are you making a game that requires APM? Aren't you a bit, well, you know what I mean? You're saying I'm too old to play my own game? That might be true. That might be true. Okay, last shop. We gotta spend all our money. Too late for that. Universal healthcare. Perfect. Done. All right, we're done. 200 wolves, go. pacing of this game is putting me back to sleep. Yeah, it's like I said, it's a little repetitive, for sure. I'm literally just picking the biggest number because it's fun. Mort probably making a game for retired TFT players who can't reach the APM. No, again, free hint here, but it's the same hint. My game requires much more hand-eye coordination than TFT does. Which is probably a bad thing if in terms of sales, because there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to go like, well, I can't buy it then. But is what it is. Boop. One queen bee and 18 panthers. Okay. You can always make the game easier by difficulty. No, I mean, I'm not saying it's too hard in that regard. I've been using my wife as a test for that, and she can play my game and beat my game at the appropriate difficulty. But I am saying there are just people who don't want to play APM games anymore. People are like, wait, I have to, like, move and think on the fly? For all we know, your wife is a god gamer? No. No. I would definitely not refer to as a god gamer when it comes to APM. All right. Here we go. Wait, what? One toddler and 30 silverback. Okay. I really hope this is like a giant toddler, but I know for the joke it's probably not. It's literally just one toddler who's gonna like instantly die. Oh, it's Tarzan is the joke? Oh no, wait. No, the toddler died very quickly. Okay. All right, what's next? It's still funny to me. Mort's game is SNES only. Dude, that'd be sick, actually. $73 horse-sized ducks, 400 ravens. Modifier. Dudes spawn far apart from each other. Alright. Okay. Serrated. Enemies gain 25% piercing. Not like I can do a lot about it. I feel like, okay, and again, this is the other thing too, is that when you have to play all of that to get to this, like if I lose now, I'm gonna be like really frustrated. It's like, are you kidding me? I lost way too many dudes. I lost way too many dudes. Guys, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. I'm out of potions. I think we just lost. That's pretty bad. And yeah, there's a lot of red. Guys, we appear to be pretty doomed. Rerolls the relics and trinkets found in stashes. Oh, well, that doesn't help me now. Okay. Are you kidding? Okay, now I see what Meow was talking about, by the way. All that time, and it's just like, go do that again. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Yeah, this is like the worst part. When Brotato came out, you used to be on like, you know, you'd die one time and like lose the entire run and have to do it over. And I refused to play it like that because it was like a waste of time. Whereas at least then they added the feature where it's like, no, you can retry after you get hit. This is, the progression actually like, ooh, good, a bunch of rerolls. Yay. All right, I'll give it one more, but like, it feels like it takes, yeah, I don't know. Whatever, let's try again. Standard ensemble daily dude rematch. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll do one more. And then there's different difficulties. But like, the difficulty, there's no, why are there different difficulties when all you do is just hope you hit the right, whatever. Whatever. Is this my game? No, this is not my game. Like I said, I'll try it one more time. Also, someone said there's options for like colorblind modes. Let me see here. Interface, dark mode. Okay, that's a little better. UI scale, something. Toddler style. Teddy bears. Sure, why not? Fart sounds. Really? Okay. Okay. Like I said, we'll try it one more. Wait, I can't see. Let's go back to red. So now instead of toddlers, it's teddy bears. Okay, sure. Whee! All right, Spartan dudes, Warlock dudes, or Wizard dudes? I like Wizards. Yo, Hydro homie. Hope you're doing well. They got pretty low. Is this a game based on that stupid question, how many dudes can beat a gorilla? Yes, that is exactly what this is. Okay. Whew. All right. Is this a roguelike? How long are the runs? Let's see. We were at this an hour. Like, they might be an hour, which is also, like, way too much. Medic dudes. Sure. Quantum dudes? That's pretty cool. But yeah, like in this part, there's not really a lot of choices to make. It's like, grab a guy and cross your fingers, I guess. Okay, cool. I couldn't help but notice the lack of water in that mini fridge. Yeah. Yeah, about that. Okay. I do like the Donald Duck sound. Okay. Medic dude, sure. This time, instead of just grabbing a bunch of druids, we're gonna balance it out. We're gonna have a balanced number of everything. That's the plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but does your office have any ventilation? Yeah. Like I said, the window. I can open the window and get air in here for sure. And then there's a vent right there. There's a vent right there. Yeah, there's two vents in here. Necro dudes, vampire dudes, or dentist dudes. All right, chat, you guys pick. 1, 2, or 3. One, 2, 3. That's helpful. 1, 3, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Oh my god, you guys are like evenly distributed. All right, I see a little bit more ones. We're going with 1. All right, the skeleton's pretty cool. All right, we said we're gonna stay even this time, so Necro dude. What about your dental health? True. Medic. The wizard dude gains crit. When a dude evades, they gain crit, or all dudes gain crit. Okay. 106 teddy bears. Amazing. Have you checked Pet the Cat yet? No. All right. Construction time psionic. I'm gonna take the psionic. We need a taunter. Yeah. Oh, that guy looks like Back to the Future, dude. All right. All dudes gain attack speed and run speed. When the dude takes damage that brings his HP below 50, he heals for 50%. That seems good. Okay. Mort avoiding all the unemployed dudes like, you know what? You know what? You're not wrong. I lost 2 dudes. I have 3 medics and 3. Let's get another wizard. Eh. Yeah, you're right. We should speed this up. You're right, to 1.5 for sure. For sure, we should do that. Woohoo! Easy. Okay. Like I said, we're staying even this time. Okay, everyone's back alive. Let's go. Oh, you killed a wizard. Killed a wizard. By the way, Hobbit pre-release next week. Kind of excited for that. Kovsky, appreciate the 65 months. Do the passives upgrades synergize in any way with the classes assigned to the dudes? I assume so, but so far I haven't seen a good use of that yet. How many smogs can we fit in one pre-release deck? True. Alright, we got 4 of each now. We're nice and evenly distributed. It's not just druids all day. Alright, last one. We can't go druid. Do we want construction or ninja dude? I'm thinking ninjas. Yeah, I'm thinking ninjas. Reroll? Okay, wait. He's saying reroll. Knights, assassins, Spartans. Was that worth the reroll? We could go knights. Assassin is very good. Okay, sure. Why not? Do I want Carl's or McDonald's? My wife is offering breakfast. I'm gonna say Carl's. My wife is taking the animals to the vet this morning, so they're getting their teeth cleaned. 2 of the cats, anyway. Okay. I don't know Carl's breakfast. Carl's has a steak breakfast burrito I really like. The assassin gains 30% max HP when it deals. Wizard dude gains crit. All right, let's give our wizard some crit. Also, I just want to fight 183 teddy bears. Wizard. Wristblade. The assassin dude gains evasion. Dude gets knocked out. No, those are some lame. Restock. No. Dude type at the top of your roster gains 30 attack power. I don't want attack power, though. I want, like, health. One more restock. One more. Whatever. Did you get flamed for wearing shoes in the office tour video? Yes, I did. It seemed to really tick people off, apparently. Why does it look like I'm losing? Guys, the druids were way better. Well, I guess we won, but like, dang. Bean burrito. Okay. I played this a bit yesterday and haven't been able to make a run with medics work. I think they're really bad. See, that's the thing that actually bothers me. Like, I know, okay, and if Blue Velvet's still here, he's going to give me crap, but like, PvE balance matters, not in the sense that things need to be balanced, but that the payoff has to be worth it. And anytime you pick something that's like weak and unfun, the game's just like not delivering on its promise to let you have a good time, and that really bothers me. So it's just like, just making sure things can succeed is really important to me. I hate it when when you find out there's just like, oh yeah, this class just doesn't work, just don't play this class, and you're like, but why? Aurelia Chibi, appreciate the 55 months.
You wanna hurt?
Whew. When a dude gets cleaved, all dudes gain regeneration. Sure. I'm running out of potions already. Isn't Slay the Spire a prime example of why PvE balance is so important? Yeah, true. True. I liked it better when I had 80 druids. Okay. Yeah, the noises are something. The noises are something. Hey Mort, did you go see Spider-Man yesterday? I went and saw it Thursday. I loved the new Spider-Man movie. No spoilers, obviously. I loved it. It was one of the best movies I've seen in a while. thoroughly enjoyed it. Have you seen Odyssey? I haven't seen that one yet. I think that's going to be a wait until I can stream it. Lend me the crit thing, get the medic thing, sure. Lend me the cleave, get the... Yeah, I'm just going to do both. It's for how many rounds? 11 rounds? Alright, fine. Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers for sure. But like I said, I super enjoyed Spider-Man. Yeah, I can see what Meow means, though. It's like the beginning of the game is just such a grind. It's a slog. Only lost 2. That's not too bad. Yep. Interesting. So if you close the store, you can't reopen it. That's unfortunate. Speaking of Slay the Spire, I'm so freaking addicted it's not even funny. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's just... It's so similar to Slay the Spire 1. It's like, I didn't really need more Slay at the moment, but it's still fun. I've played a little bit more since I did it on stream. Have you seen Past the Fear? No, I haven't. Oh, interesting. There's 3 you can choose. Okay. Evasion and deflection. And we put that on our tanks. Great. I found it strange how the first few hours of Slay the Spire 2 is basically Slay the Spire 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which was a little much for me. Alright, I'm gonna risk it. I see what you mean, though. The medics do not seem very good. That's true. Proceeds to pick them. Sounds like it makes Slay the Spire 1 click skippable. Yeah, true. It's definitely one of the cases where I don't know why you would play Slay the Spire 1. That's definitely true. Okay. Slay Fire 1 plays differently due to boss relics versus ancients. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's some slight differences, but it's definitely not the kind of thing most people will notice, you know? Okay, bunch of new relics. Sweet. One big B. Alright, I'm down. Sweet. Who's your main damage this run? The assassins. I think it's the assassins. Have you tried Darkest Dungeon 1? Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it that much, is my honest answer. It was fine, but like it didn't grab me as much as other games do. All right, boss time. I only have 5 wizards, by the way. Guys, this isn't going very well. It feels like druids were way better. We barely won. We squeezed it out. Or maybe all in on one dude type is much better? Probably. Oh my god, they're dragging so many. My dudes have no coordination. Okay. The vertical is key? True. I mean, we're trying. Did you ever play Rogue Tower? No, I haven't played that one. God, I'm still losing guys. Uh-oh. Should've just bought potions. See, like, I almost feel like, and this is another really kind of lame thing, but like, given how much stronger I was last run, shouldn't I just be quitting right now and like starting over? Pretty confident I'm supposed to just quit and start over. You can still unlock silver stars and discoveries. I see. We'll see. Okay, well, we didn't actually lose anyone that fight, so maybe we're starting to finally come together. Maybe. Maybe? I can't imagine every dude having equally strong early and late game. Yeah, and it's also, you know, the relics, like whatever the relics were designed for them. So when a dude taunts, all dudes gain crit. I just need potions, man. I think your healing is more useful against lots of weak enemies. Yeah, I could see that. You found a relic stash. Okay. Okay. I took this relic, by the way, so that anytime, cause we seem to always like lose one or two guys. So now, if we lose one or two, it should be fine. We'll see though. And there go the wizards. Wizards, no! Oh, the unicorns. The unicorns are scary. Ow. Trench coat. All dudes gain 50% toughness when battle starts. Okay. Oh, I forgot to use a potion. I forgot to use a potion. Hopefully I'm not punished for that. Okay. $73 crabs. Let's go. Medics do look like they're healing a lot now. I hope so. Okay, we get our big relics back. That should help. You guys want to say hi to Shishomer, by the way? Because he's meowing trying to get in here.
Yeah.
Yes? Alright, be right back. You want to say hi? Yes, I know. You just want attention. Okay, you want down? Alright, have fun. I'll let you hang out in here, even though you shouldn't. You shouldn't be hanging out in here, but whatever. Yeah, now he's just gonna nag me for attention. Yes, I know, buddy. I'm trying to stream. I'm trying to entertain people. Every time I stop, like, I've got my arm reaching back, and every time I stop petting him, he just looks up at me with this disappointed look, like, what are you doing, dude? Yes, what, do you want up here? Or you... Look. You can stay right here, and I will pet you. Look. I will pet you if you stay right here. Yes, nuzzle, nuzzle. You're so cute. No, we can't go on the desk, though. We're not going on the desk. Oh, God, you're gonna rip my headphones off. Your desk has no cat space? I know. Guys, this was not close. This was not close. This was much worse than last run. Yes, Shishomaru, dude, you're gonna get in trouble, man. Alright, I'll give it one more try, because that run was embarrassing. Came back just in time. Screw you. Okay, Shishomaru, you're getting in trouble, dude. This is why you're not allowed to hang out in here. Trying to get into everything. Another run? Well, okay, fine. Fine, you know what? No, you're right. Hang on. Here, we'll just go like this. We'll go Alt F4. Bam, we'll switch games. We'll switch games. I'm gonna switch games. I've wanted to try this game also. Alright. Let me make this as big as I can make it. Whee! This is the other game I wanted to play today. Shishomaru, get out from there! Okay, I gotta get rid of the cat though. Hang on. Be right back. Shishomaru! Yes, who's my little baby? Who's my little baby? Yes, you. He just wants attention all day. Yes, it's good to see you, but come on, time to get out now. Oh, that cat, man. My wife's jealous because Shishomaru likes me best. Okay, I've heard this game I'm supposed to play with a controller, though, so let me switch to controller here. Alright, here we go. I've never played this. Well, the only thing I can choose is Parasite for 2-player co-op. Oh, no. Okay. There's a lot of things you have to choose. Whatever. Alright, start. Oh god. Oh god. I didn't need that. I did not need that. Move. Aim. Shoot. RB is shoot. That's weird. And dodge. And editor. Okay. When the music kicks in, I like that. And then it's like sad. Tri-phase tendril or enhancer. Let's go enhancer. Wait. Close editor. So what? A choose. Okay. Upgrade any... Okay. Oh my god, there's so much going on here. Okay, we can figure this out. Okay. Okay. Oh, and I have to go back. Okay, so it's like Binding of Isaac maps, but just human organs for some reason. God, okay. Oh, God. Okay. Having to use the right stick and right bumper at the same time. Not a huge fan of that, but at least I can aim now. I do like aiming. Okay, at least there's a mini map. Let's see, left trigger fast travel. Okay, that's cool. Mort is one of those players APM is hard for. I get, you know what? Not necessarily wrong. Okay. All right. Gain a random weapon. Gain whatever. Whatever. It's a lot of text. I'm gonna take a random weapon. Okay. The customization thing's pretty sweet though. Whoa. I like the customization thing. Select a mutation. Damage, stamina. Sure. More stamina. Now I can shoot more. I personally found this game a lot better when I fiddled with the action mappings to be more intuitive. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Alright, it's a shop. I have 9 things. Stinger tendril. I don't have enough for that. Buy 5 DNA. What's DNA? Whatever. I don't want melee. Let's do this. Let's upgrade this. Let's make this even better. Great. Whee! And then we fast travel. Whee. Okay. Whoa, okay. That laser's cool. Ow. Okay. What is going on? 15% damage. Sure. Press X to... Oh god, more buttons. I don't want more buttons. Piercing melee weapon. We'll upgrade something. Great. I don't want more buttons. There's already too many buttons in this game. Have you revealed the genre of the game you're making? Not yet, other than it requires APM. Yeah, so it feels like kind of a Binding of Isaac meets shooter meets... oh god. Okay. Okay. It's weird how some of the pickups are auto-collect and some aren't, by the way. Okay, so come back here when we have, like, 15. Okay. And then... trying to figure out what the DNA... 14 out of 16 DNA. Okay, got it. Fair enough. Alright. Dodge makes random external slot also accept internal. Plus 3 DNA. 20 damage for each empty. Currently 40. Okay. I like that. Whee! Slashing melee weapon. Fast shooting gun. Third attack deals 3x damage. Melee. Well, we don't want melee. We want projectile. Cool. Okay. Whee! Definitely, okay. Again, I'm comparing it to Binding of Isaac, but it's funny how this and Binding of Isaac are both like kind of very visually unappealing. Okay. There's a little like dot on the map. I'm trying to figure out what that is. Okay, it's nothing. Is Mort streaming today? I'm streaming right now. What do you mean? I really like the graphics for their lasers. Those lasers are cool. More damage for each empty slot. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. I keep getting stuck on these walls. It's really frustrating. Okay. Open. Apparently that's a chest. Okay. Taco Bell is innocent? Yeah, true. Okay, what's this? Short range projectiles sideways. Slow firing but powerful. Hold to charge, release to burst attacks from connected weapons. That sounds fun. Okay. The blue-purple sack to your right can also let you reroll a shop. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. We're going to buy 5 DNA. And then we'll buy a heart, and then we'll fast travel. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I like this charge thing the more I... Okay, it might be fine. It might be fine. I'm gonna have to get in this rhythm. 1, 2, boom. 1, 2, boom. It's powerful, at least. So when do you fight Perfect Cell? Good question. +1 stash slot to store. Make a random external slot. Also gain a random weapon. Okay. Whee. Orbiting blade strikes nearby enemies. Okay, cool. Okay, let's try that. Whee! Oh, that thing rotating around me is mine. I got it. Oh, shoot. Okay. Seems like we're figuring it out. Whee! Okay, these freaking plants, man. Okay, that didn't seem very hard. Cool, Brycoach, appreciate the prime. Hold to charge, release to burst attacks from connected weapons. Wait, isn't that what we already have? Slashing melee weapon, piercing laser. Let's make it bigger. Okay, fine. Great. And off we go. Into the stomach. Yeah, let's go. This is where the Taco Bell is. Oh my god. Guys, we're pretty strong now. Whee! Okay, I don't know. This charge shot thing seems to be working out for us. Ow. Okay, cool. Did you try Guild Run? Yep, we streamed Guild Run. Improves damage. Okay. Improves damage. Okay. Cool. Did you get to try the red rifts? I did. I don't like the red rifts. I actually find them to be pretty unfun. It's like, takes all the cool parts about building your build and says, what if I kicked you in the teeth while you do it? So, I'm not a red rift fan. Alright, 15 damage, max HP, plus 2 max HP. What is this? What is this? Oh, it changes my body shape. Oh. Huh. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it's more slots. Now I wish I hadn't wasted all my slots earlier, but whatever. It's fine. Okay, that room exploded. Whee! Attacks have a chance to freeze. Okay. Great. Also, your enhancers moved? Yeah, I saw that. It's like... But still, there's still none of them that can, like, hit everything is the annoying thing. Yeah. No. Okay. No more Pal World streams? I mean, I can stream Pal World if you want. My wife would like that, because she has fun playing with me. Like I said, we've been playing still off stream. So. Okay, that exploded. Like I said, my wife has been my ingot farmer. She's been farming me ingots. Okay. 200 damage, minus 50% damage for each weapon. So, okay. Weapons on the right half of the body, no. Get 3/4 when getting hit. These all seem bad. Well, wait, what if I just got rid of my weapons and then just had my little guys do a bunch of damage? Okay, I have an idea. Check this out. And then we take these. Sounds like a bad idea? Oh, I disagree. Watch this. There we go. Now I only have one weapon. And it's just going to do a lot of damage. Triple attacks, piercing melee weapon. That's a weapon. Let's buy some DNA. I'm going to give this one reroll. See if any of these are like power-ups. Attacks improve over time as they travel. That's a weapon. Oh, what's this? After 10 successful attacks, overcharge for 1 second. Oh, that seems bad for me. Okay. Alright. Then we'll fast travel back to the boss. You also have the stash on the editor. Oh, do you? Stash. Oh, I guess you do. Wow. Okay, so all I have is this charge shot now. It does a lot of damage. Ow. Okay, I gotta stop getting hit though. Sweet. I don't know. Seems like it's working. We're just chunking him. Did you pick up the 200% buff? It looked like you left it in the room. Did I? Which room? That was this room? It's gone. I think I did. It's the blue buff in the bottom room. Okay, I'm taking damage by being here. Yeah, I was about to say, you have it, it's a passive. That's what I thought. Y'all messing with me. Where do you see your passives, though, I guess? DNA on the right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. 1% max HP, 200% damage. There we go. Current total 150%. Great. Cool. Okay. Your face is a passive? True. True. Off to the liver. Didn't know what to look for? Yeah, we're learning together. It's all good. Okay, apparently those spikes hurt me. Plus 20 damage. No. Max HP. Sure. We could just store this and get even more damage. Because it's not that... I mean, I guess we could do this, but we don't really need more damage. We have plenty of damage. I guess I'm going to be lame and take this. Okay. Okay, I don't love that the wall just randomly has spikes that you can barely see. That's kind of annoying. Spawns a powerful mine, or projectiles bounce off walls and enemies. No, we don't need any of that. I dashed right into that like an idiot. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing less damage than if I had an actual weapon. Music's really cool, though. Okay, cool. Ah. I do not like the floatiness either, but it is what it is. Whee! Ow. One of the hardest things right now is I have this charge attack, and it like doesn't give me any feedback that I'm charging. Gain 1 random attack infuser, 20 base speed. Attack blasts a cone behind hit enemies. Okay. On the left, there is a model of your cell that shows the charge. Oh, there is. Wow, cool. Okay. Definitely gets to be a lot of visual noise as well. It's just hard to see a little bit. Cool customization system, though. Don't tell me we're inside the place the dude juice comes from. Ah, freaking spike walls, man. Okay. Plus 30% damage, or change shape, or this, or this. I mean, I guess we just take this. And then we could put this back out here. There we go. Well, seems like something. When making your game, how do you balance getting inspiration and straight up copying other systems? It depends on the... That's a really good question. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish and how many other things out there, right? Like, if something's core system is like so unique to its game, and you're like, I need exactly that, that's kind of copying. But if you're like, oh, I see what this is providing, and I can do something similar that provides another similar feel to the player, I think that's inspiration. I know that's a little vague, but like that'd be the kind of rough way I'd look at it. I'm gonna die. Spike walls, spike walls. Okay, good, hearts. Woohoo, hearts. Thought this was pathologic. That is what this is. That's exactly what we're playing. Harpoon destroys an organelle, permanently raising your max HP based off its rarity. Interesting. Oh my god, let me through. Because this is the... That's the orbiting blade. Let's get rid of this attacks have a chance to freeze thing. That's the one that seems like the least useful. Yeah, great. Okay. It says there's a heart in here. Let's grab that. And off we go. There's a lot to dodge here. Okay, the collision on those is really hard to follow. Stuff like that's pretty frustrating. Okay. Huh. There's some cool stuff here. Talking about core gameplay, I want to ask about Pokemon. Many players want something fresh because the turn-based mechanic has gotten old. When Legends EA introduced a new mechanic, they said it's just spamming attacks. Do you think there's a sweet spot? Yeah, I do. I think there's a sweet spot. I actually think Pal World does it okay, where it's like each attack has such a long cooldown and you're switching between them. But I don't know. It's like, I guess the way I would phrase it is you you have the Pokemon mainline games, right? And that's a system that has been defined. It well works. And they should release a new Pokemon game every couple of years like they are. But then you have the IP and the fantasy that the IP provides. And I think creating new games that allow that fantasy IP to do something interesting is a good thing. But I don't think you should mess with the main formula because a lot of fans are going to want to do that. So why can't I move all of a sudden? It's because I'm not the active window? What the? Whatever. Plasmid level 0, okay. So we have upgrades. So this is the roguelike thing that makes you feel like you can't beat it the first time. Okay. Increase starting loadout capacity for mitochondria by 1. Oh, and each upgrade... Okay, I got it. Okay, so that's all we can do. Cool. Isn't Pokopia a post-apocalyptic Pokemon game? Yeah. I mean, and the people who like Pokopia seem to really like Pokopia, so... Okay, interesting. And so you can use these... like that. Okay, so you can combine these and change it as much as you want. Wait, why is this? Must be connected to a damaging organic to work. There we go. Okay. Let's not watch that again. Wait, did it just crash? It crashed because I skipped the cutscene. Okay. Well then. Let's try to load that back up. Okay, didn't crash that time. Okay. I'll give this another try. Yep, we know how to play now. Cool. This time I'm not going to take something with charge, though. I want to actually be able to, like, rapid fire. It's more fun. This is the shop. We don't have enough for anything yet. Come back. Okay. Okay, already to the boss room. Teleport over here. Okay, cool. Alright. Weapon that binds enemies to walls. Press X to... I don't want to do the active ability. Let's do this. Because last time we only had like one weapon. We're going to try to like actually expand out this time. If you beat the first boss in under a minute and place a bomb in the first room, you get a broken shell. Oh, but it drains your stamina quicker. Interesting. Okay, that's a neat idea. We want the stamina then. Okay, got it. Come over here. When dashing unleashes arcs of lightning. Sure. Okay, we'll do that. Whoa, that's cool looking. Okay, this is kind of cool. This is pretty cool. Do you have Ring Fit Adventure on Switch? I do. I'm pretty sure. It's in the closet, I think. But cheers. Would that really be a fun stream to watch me sit there and do a hula hoops? I don't know. Oh, I'm faster. I'm so much faster. Guys, I think this is like way better than last time. That was so fast. Okay. And then we get a heart that we don't need, and off we go. Cool. Into the intestine. Morning, Raptor. Dude, I love how much faster I am now. Holy cow. By the way, for those of you that are watching and still enjoying and stuff like that, if tomorrow, mods, can we do a vote if tomorrow you'd rather Pal World or more indie games? After finishing a room without losing HP, attacks blast in a cone. That one seems good. I'm gonna recycle this. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, I got selected mutation. Let's do that. What about a secret third option? Cat games only? True. True. It's interesting how they do their cone effects. It's really interesting. Okay. Off we go. Wait, what's this? Okay. They take these big rooms and make them into little mini rooms. It's kind of interesting. Lightning split chance. Take more of this again. Makes a random external... No. I'll take this again. Okay. I'm being told it's an even split in the poll. Fascinating. People like making polls 50-50? Oh, jeez. Even split means you play indie games while your wife plays Pal World behind you. Is that what that means? God, those tiny ones are really hard to see. Okay, but right now we have the thing that, like, gives us upgrades. Although, what's this? Press X, short range melee attack, improves damage. No, I'm just gonna peace out. Oh god, that's an enemy. That was very quick. We killed that boss very fast. Attacks leave a toxic trail. Attacks pierce through enemies. Interesting. Okay, let's try this. I want a better weapon than this dash, but whatever. And, oh, wait, what's this? What's this? That's the way out. Okay. Indie games eke it out in the end, but it was a close one. Okay. I'll have to find... If you guys have some suggestions, then I have one game somebody sent me they wanted me to try. Other than that, if you have any specific games you guys want to see, let me know. Okay. That new Game Freak game that isn't Pokemon, is that out yet? I didn't think that was out yet. Connected weapons no longer consume stamina. Weird. Must be connected. I don't understand this. Must be connected to a mitochondrion to work. So that works? Huh. Alright, whatever, we'll try that. This is gonna be weird. I feel like I just downgraded myself, which seems like this can happen a lot this game too. That thing does a lot of damage, though. Holy mouth. What do you think of TFT Set 18? I haven't played it yet. Oh, God. Whew. Double your cores. It's like all of them mess with my build, though. But you know what? Let's do it. And then we have to, like, figure out how to remake ourselves here. Oh, this is so confusing. Okay. When I grow up, I want to be unemployed just like you. Come on, man. Come on. That's messed up. Okay. Choosing this X thing just really screwed me up. Oh, well. Wait, what happened to my build? Alright, whatever. Whatever. Most achievable goal, to be honest. True. Oh, hi. How are you? I got breakfast. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pause this We'll Alt F4 it. We're gonna close this. There's 2 videos I wanted to watch today. I'm gonna pull one of them up, although I'm not gonna react to it just because I'm eating and that'd be weird. But while I eat, I can pull up this video. And then the second one I can react to, and then after that we can play more games. So stuff more to react to. Okay, great.
You know what's kind of weird? When some
All right. We'll make it full screen for you guys. We'll turn it up for you guys. And that way I can eat real quick and not bother you. Goodbye. Goodbye while I eat.
someone asks what kind of games do you like, most people struggle to answer. You say tactical shooters, and they respond, oh, so you must like Counter-Strike, Valorant, and Rainbow Six Siege. And you say, actually only Counter-Strike. You say strategy games and someone recommends you Civilization, when you wanted something more like Hearthstone. Game genres are kind of broken. But I think there's a better way to think about this. And it's a much simpler way to look at games. And once you see it, you'll see games much more differently. But let's start somewhere everyone can agree. Every game has something that separates the good players from the bad ones. Sometimes it's pure skill, your reflexes, your aim, your timing. Sometimes it's information, knowing things the other person doesn't. Sometimes it's something harder to name, the mental side, reading people, managing randomness, and adapting on the fly. These aren't just different skills, they are fundamentally different kinds of gameplay, and most games mix them together in different amounts. So let me give you 3 words: micro, meso, macro. Now here's where it gets interesting, and a little uncomfortable. What if I told you the clearest way to understand what a game is actually testing is to think about how you'd cheat in it? If you wanted to completely break a game to make it trivially easy, what cheat would you use? The answer to that question tells you more about a game than any genre label ever could. So let's put this to the test. What is micro? Micro is the execution layer. It's your aim, your timing, your movement, your muscle memory. An example of a micro cheat looks like an aimbot. Perfect inputs every single time. If a game can be broken by perfect execution, that's a micro game. Osu, Geometry Dash, Aim Trainers, and Tetris are a few examples. You can cheat in Osu with perfect cursor tracking. You can cheat in Geometry Dash with perfect jumps. These are execution cheats, and you can feel the microness when you play them. Meso is the probability layer, the place where mind games exist. You're reacting to the unpredictable nature of people, not mechanics. A meso cheat looks like stream sniping, knowing someone's habits before they show them, reading cooldowns, seeing things you shouldn't see yet. The best example for the purest meso game is rock, paper, scissors. There's zero execution skill. It's entirely mental and probability. Among Us also runs on meso, so does Liar's Bar. Even the stock market is built around this layer. If you wanted to cheat in Among Us, you'd stream snipe to know who the imposter is. If you wanted to cheat in stocks, you'd insider trade. Notice how none of these cheats involve executing anything better. They involve knowing something you shouldn't. Macro is the systems layer. It's your routing, your resource management, and your win condition. You can think of it like the mathematically correct way of winning the game. A macro cheat looks like a chess engine, economy automation, or you can imagine like a perfect coach telling you exactly what to do.
Darren, ping it, ping it, ping it. We need to let our team know what's up.
Pure macro games are almost mathematical puzzles. Think Factorio, Polybridge, Connect 4, Tic-Tac-Toe. Once you find the optimal solution, the game is solved. But here's where it gets really interesting. Most games aren't just one of these, they're combinations of them, and the combination tells you everything about what kind of game it is. So let's look at micro plus macro. These tend to be single-player precision games. You need to know the optimal solution and execute it fast. Think Rubik's Cube speedrunning, Mario 64, Jump King, and Getting Over It. If you were to have a perfect micro cheat in Elden Ring, you'd have perfect dodges. But if you were to have a perfect macro cheat, you'd use the mathematically optimal build. But there's one weird multiplayer outlier here. 8-ball pool. There's a mathematically optimal shot, and then there's the skill of actually hitting it. So even though it is player versus player, the room for mind games doesn't really exist. And I think it's a rare exception. Next, let's look at Micro plus Mezzo. This is PvP skill expression games. These tend to be your fighting games: Street Fighter, Tekken, Smash Bros, Brawlhalla. Your skill matters, and reading your opponent matters. But also you have some other examples like Mario Kart, like the Micro of driving, and the Mezzo of random items and unpredictable opponents. We even see some unique games like Tetris 99. The original Tetris is pure Micro, but Tetris 99 also involves Mezzo, because now you're managing who to send the garbage to. You also have physics-based PvP, like Fall Guys and Gang Beasts, which also fits into Micro plus Mezzo. The next one is Mezzo plus Macro. These are the mind and math games. Think Hearthstone, TFT, Pokemon VGC, and Battleship. Now, chess is theoretically a pure macro game, but at the human level, there's a massive meso component. You're optimizing for your specific opponent's habits.
Yeah,
That's why studying opponent matters in high-level chess. And then there are some weird outliers.
Sorry, I have to move things. When I'm full screen, I can't see you guys, so let me move this over here. The thing I'd say about this video is it's doing the thing that a lot of humanity wants to do, which is like categorize things and put things in buckets. When the reality is, everything is more like a bucket of water, right? Like everything is percentages, right? And so you could be like, oh, this one is like 68% meso, 32% macro, and whatever. It's like yeah. And so that's where you're going to run into these like tough, everything isn't black and white. Yeah, exactly. And that's where you're going to run into these tough conversations where it's just like, oh, but this one's not this, and this one's not this. It's like, well, everything's got a line, so.
Balatro is a single-player game, but it's also meso-macro because the RNG of the card combines with the math of maximizing your hand. You're not executing anything difficult, but you have to pick and choose your cards wisely, and play to their biggest strength. Phasmophobia is also a weird game that fits into meso-macro. It's a co-op game, but it fits here because you're deducing a ghost using evidence, which is macro, while the ghost behavior has RNG, meso. Although I suspect non-PvP meso-macro.
By the way, this is a complete aside, but the burrito they got me was wrapped in the wrong wrapper, which had caused it to leak all over the bag and now all over my shirt and pants. So now I am covered in burrito juice. So, yeah.
Games slowly converge towards pure macro over time. Once players fully map the RNG, it stops feeling uncertain and becomes a speedrun problem. And then there's the middle, all three overlapping. This is where the biggest competitive games live. League of Legends, Dota 2, CS2, Valorant, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, Rocket League, Apex, Rainbow Six, World of Warcraft.
Okay, I will say immediately, I'm like already, I disagree with this like conclusion. It's like, oh, the middle is the most competitive. By the way, fighting games aren't competitive because they're not in the middle, but World of Warcraft is. No? Like, that conclusion already seems a little off there.
But here's the thing, they're not all the same balance. And the cheat test tells you how exactly they differ. So let's use Counter-Strike as an example. Can aimbot win a game of CS completely alone? Almost certainly yes. If you never miss, most duels are over before they start. That makes micro extremely high in CS2. But what about X-Ray, seeing through walls? Pros have done experiments with one player with X-Ray versus 5 without X-Ray. The 5 still usually win, but the X-Ray player takes rounds they have no business taking. This makes Meso very high in CS2 too, which means macro, the strategic layer, is relatively the lowest. CS isn't about long-term economy optimization the way MOBAs are. The rounds are short and the execution is everything. But let's try this test with Overwatch.
Okay.
And right away we see a unique case, because the answer actually depends on your role. But since it varies so heavily by character and roles,
the season's wildly tinged by a competitive perspective. Like, they bring up speedrunning, but you can find a way to make any game into a speedrun if you try hard enough. Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. It does seem to just prioritize certain things and cherry pick examples pretty heavily here. So yeah, this, it feels like one of those things where it's like there's a logical thought pattern here, but it doesn't follow it through completely.
I decided to ask someone who knows about Overwatch way better than I do. So if you compare all three like maxed out versions of the perfect version of it, like a cheat version of it, which one would have like the highest win rate, and how would the distribution be?
I would just say support is more macro heavy, DPS is more micro heavy, and then tank is more meso heavy.
Oh, okay.
Also, the way that it works is you have offense, defense, and control.
Yep.
Control refers to like map control. Offense refers to offensive options. Defense refers to defensive options. And if you a character's mixture or like kind of design links to this concept of offense, defense, and control. Tanks tend to depend on more control. Supports more defense. DPS more offense. And if you actually like dissect each individual hero, they will have different like varying levels or varying focuses on offense, defense, or control.
So I'm thinking about it.
But this only applies to Overwatch, not fighting games, not MOBAs, not anything else. It's just Overwatch because that's a unique case. Okay.
Like this, right? If you were to give each role one cheat, you would give aimbot to DPS, and for tank, you would give the ability to see enemy cooldowns as a perfect cheat, right? And for supports, you would have a coach or an engine.
For jugglers, you would give them something. For supports,
that's
you would
exactly
give them something.
And also, especially in Overwatch, because it's 5v5, because you only have one tank. Like, if you can win every duel as a tank, that's kind of like a free win for your team.
But what about Apex? Apex sits remarkably balanced across all three. If you think about which player is most likely to win, a guy with perfect aimbot, a guy with perfect wall hacks, or a guy with perfect ring knowledge, all three actually has a pretty good chance of winning the game. If you have aimbot, you can easily kill anyone rotating, but any close range fight will tend to go either way. But with perfect wall hacks, you can use your nades and abilities to take a team down, but you'll still lose to someone with good ring positioning. But even with perfect ring information, you could still easily die to someone who wants to contest that position. But let's test this in a really unique game, Rocket League. I asked Pro Rocket League coach Luke on his answer to this thought experiment, and this was his response. Basically, perfect micro or perfect mechanics in Rocket League would be defined as taking the ball from point A to point B as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Like how in a first-person shooter, aimbot moves the crosshair to the target as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
I'm not picking on this video, but one of the things I've always not enjoyed about video essays from YouTubers and stuff like that is like, let me explain the most basic concept to fill a minute. And it's like, Rocket League, the goal is to move the ball from point A to point B. It's like, true. I'm glad we're spending time on this.
Rocket League, smarts cannot make up for the fact that a more mechanical person can just take the ball to the open net far more than someone with less mechanics. This makes Rocket League heavily...
In a fighting game, someone can deal more damage to the other player by hitting them when their weakness is open. Yes, thank you.
Micro dominant. But after micro being the most dominant, he put macro second and meso last. This is because even if perfect meso allows you to hear enemy comms or see enemy boost, doesn't change the fact that all information in Rocket League is able to be known at all times. And for how fast-paced the game is at the highest level, listening to a perfect coach verbatim
Thank you for pointing out that I got gaslit into thinking this is good
boost.
content.
Also, the closest thing...
That's the problem with a lot of these video essays is like, there is nuggets of good content, right? Like, there's nuggets of a good theory here or a good concept here, but the delivery just becomes something that some people struggle with getting out there, right? And you know, I'm not perfect at this either, right? I don't make entertaining videos. I just talk, you know, but it's a skill that some people have and some don't, and telling that story in a way that matters and covers the information, like, oh god, there was some video essay I saw recently that was like, hey, I want to talk to you about this thing. In order to do that, let's talk about what a video game is. And it went back to like, video games have been in Pong. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't need the entire history of video games. Just tell me about 2026 here, bro.
To perfect micro in Rocket League is the AI bots. I came across footage of 3 semi-pro players versing 3 of the best Rocket League AI.
Crap, and you're dusty, bro. Oh my god.
And the 3 AI bot were able to win comfortably. So here's what this framework actually gives you. It helps classify games, but it also helps understand yourself as a player. I noticed something when I looked at which games I genuinely enjoy. I gravitate toward games in the middle, the full micro.
Wait, this guy has a bias towards the things in the middle? I couldn't tell that from the way he was presenting this information. There's no way.
Meso macro cluster, and toward pure micro and pure macro, but I don't really enjoy micro macro games. Speedrunning doesn't scratch the right itch for me. And when I looked at why, it mapped exactly. In Apex, I'd argue I aim pretty well and have respectable movement. I'd say I also have a solid understanding of rotations and ring positioning, but I tend to tunnel vision in close quarter fights, specifically when we're in the same building. So I tend to miss meso reads when the pressure is high. And this exactly explains the gap in my game. Because here's the real insight. Every player has a natural lean. Some people are micro players. They grind mechanics obsessively, and they want the skill gap to feel fair. Some people are meso players. They love reading people, and they thrive in the chaos of PvP randomness. Like, we even see a common cluster of people who play Among Us, GTA RP, luck-based games like gambling, along with many other party games. And then we also see that some players are macro players. They love efficiency, they draw routes on maps, they think about the game between games more than during it. And most of us are a mix, but not an equal mix.
Yeah, I don't know. I see what he's going for, but I guess I just don't agree with the conclusion, because like, there are parts of each type of game that you may enjoy, and sure, there can be like light clusters, but like, you know, a silly example might be like, you like Smash Brothers, but you don't like Mortal Kombat, or you like TFT, but don't like Civilization, right? Like, I don't know that this is really doing what he thinks it is. Like, there are elements of that, sure, but yeah, I just don't know if I agree with these buckets. I really don't know if I do. Like, Vampire Survivors is micro and macro? I don't know, man. To me, it feels like it's a different way of looking at it, but the actual thing is the game mechanics that you need to look at, and that's what creates what players like and don't like. There's a reason players who like League don't necessarily like Rocket League or Counter-Strike. Like, even within this bucket, there are so many different tastes within here. So, I don't know.
The games that frustrate you the most, they're probably demanding something your brain doesn't.
In fact, even like just League and Valorant, right? Like, let's take the 2 Riot examples. The audience that likes these 2 games are usually pretty divergent. There is some overlap for sure, but like, they're pretty divergent audiences. Yeah, I don't know.
Naturally give. The games you keep coming back to, they're probably rewarding the part of you that already runs at full power. Genre labels never told you any of this. Action RPG doesn't tell you whether you'll be grinding execution, reading opponents, or solving systems. It just tells you there's a sword and a level bar. And maybe more importantly, you can stop blaming yourself when a game doesn't click. Cause maybe the games are testing things you haven't built yet. In my case, it's the underdevelopment of meso. And that's the 3 dimensions of games. Micro, meso, macro.
Yeah.
Every game lives.
Like I said, there's a nugget there that's interesting, but overall, I'm not as convinced. And this is also, I guess the other thing I would say is this is very competitive player mindset, right? Like, he's clearly somebody who values competitive players, but there are a lot of players out there that don't value competitive games and stuff like that. So, yeah. All right. one, since we're on videos, there's one more video I wanted to watch today. This one I actually I know nothing about, but I wanted to watch this one, and then I'll go back to games for the rest of the day. But this is the actual React video I wanted to do today.
Depending on what you actually count as a video game, the industry is now generating somewhere between $200 and $350 billion a year in annual revenue, making it by far the largest entertainment sector in the world, regardless of whatever your exact definitions may be. More people are playing video games than ever before. They are playing them for longer, and the not-so-secret reality is that video game companies have gotten a lot better at getting money out of them while they are. The vast majority of revenue in this industry now comes from in-game purchases and advertising, even amongst games that already have an upfront purchase cost or a recurring subscription.
So, one of the interesting things about this is just the concept. This sounds so pretentious, and I don't mean it to, but the concept of what a video game has expanded, right? Like, video games used to be this thing that, like, generally kids played. You know, they were toys, Nintendo, Sega dominated, stuff like that. Now it's like, if you're playing Bejeweled on your phone, that's a game. And I'm not talking down to that, but it's just like, they're just so much more widely available. And the audience that grew up with them has grown. Like, yeah, I mean, that's just, it's sort of natural. It's kind of like, I bet if you compared this to like movies when they first came out, and like now it's like that same sort of growth where like, yeah, the industry grows over time. But what's also interesting is I've been hearing that like actually amongst kids, you know, when I say kids, I mean like 8 to 16, that actually gaming has gone down with that audience. So that even though all the graphs are up because the audience is aging and has more money, the actual like growth might become a problem in like 10 to 20 years. So anyway.
Now, obviously, this hasn't been great for gamers, but at least a growing user base of people playing longer.
Why are we showing this? Jesus Christ. What does this have to do with the video? Oh, God.
Spending more and getting advertised to all across more platforms has been good for the shareholders, right? Wrong. Some of the largest companies in the industry have experienced huge stock declines, multiple rounds of restructuring, narrowly avoided bankruptcy, mass layoffs, and divestitures. Over what should have been the best half-decade in the history of the industry, the overall market is down by as much as 30% from its peak, in the same time that the broader market has more than doubled.
Well, and to be fair, when they say the industry is down from its peak, it's interesting that they show the graph here at 2022, but the peak was, I believe, 2021, the post-COVID era. That's at least, a lot of peaks I'm aware of was really, really high. This guy kind of sounds like Wolfie, kind of. And again, it's like where the money is and different things like that.
So, how is it possible that even with record sales, record new revenue...
So, yeah, if you look at this graph here, notice, by the way, look at this green chunk, in-game advert. Wait. In-game advertising? Am I crazy? Or does that say advertising? Am I an idiot? I might be an idiot. Okay. That's not an actual word, right? Like, I'm not crazy? Okay. Fair enough. I mean, AI usually doesn't just make one little typo, so I'm not going to say this is AI, but that is definitely a typo. Anyway, the advertising is really, really large. Mobile games are really, really large, right? So it's like, it's one of those things where the graph is almost misleading because all of this other, if you cut out the green and the red, has there actually been that much growth? Right? Like, just cut out the green and the red. And if you do, well, then it's like, okay, well then cloud gaming, download, gaming network, like online games hasn't actually had that much growth. So, okay, great. So what we've learned is marketing departments have gotten a big budget and mobile is hot. Okay. So why are we talking about gaming as a whole? I don't know. This is where like graphs can be so misleading. Anyway.
Streams record numbers of new players and record new opportunities to monetize that new audience. Video game companies have still managed to screw this up so badly.
Video game maker Electronic Arts announcing a $55 billion deal to go private in what is said to be the largest leveraged buyout deal in Wall Street history. More than 100.
Yeah, so that the people who are high up at EA get a lot of money and can retire. That's why. Part of this also neglects to describe the global economic factors of historic wealth disparity. Yep. Making a lot of money doesn't mean paying workers fairly. Yep. True. True.
50 million Americans are estimated to play video games. 60% of them do so every day.
Xbox is playing with fire, putting ads, a mobile gaming tactic, into their platform.
A mole gaming tactic. I mean, it's douchey. I don't know if it's a mole tactic, but...
Arts and Take-Two Interactive both make a staggering 75% of their money from what's called microtransactions.
Whoa, buzzword microtransactions.
Microsoft announcing it is cutting about 4,800 jobs, or roughly 2.1% of the company's global workforce. The layoffs include 1,600 Xbox workers, with more expected later this year.
So, like every good shameless...
The other thing that's really challenging here, too, is it's like, okay, the gaming industry is going through this tough thing, which it totally is. But a lot of the examples and a lot of the percentages is like, yeah, because Microsoft and EA and a couple other studios are struggling. True. It's like so much of the big stuff is just like actually condensed, where it's like the actual growth is in other places, right? Like for every Microsoft that's struggling, you have, you know, the Hades team that's doing quite well. So I don't know.
Business video essayist, I am going to try and make what should be a pretty basic industry analysis into something bigger and more grandiose than it probably actually is, including the standard issue commentary on society itself. So, you've been warned, I guess. But in this case, there genuinely are a few factors beyond just a handful of companies making a long list of dumb decisions to create the worst of times in what should be the best of times. So, the logical place to start is that long list of...
I'm not going to let this one go. He calls it the best of times and the worst of times, which, again, because there's in-game advertising and mobile games. Like, the causation... bad conclusions. Bad conclusions here.
So, the logical place to start is... that long list of dumb decisions. Video game companies have seen that their product involves software, people coding, and development cycles, and concluded that they are basically just tech companies. They have also seen that they have IP, storylines, and fans, and have concluded that they are media companies. Conveniently, tech companies are worth lots of money. So, a lot of the businesses in this space were happy to go in this direction thinking it would translate into tech-level valuations, and for a while, it did. But in the end, what they actually ended up doing was combining the worst lessons of the tech industry with the worst lessons of the media industry.
Okay, as much as I'm crapping on the video at the beginning, I actually think he's onto something here. I actually think there's like very, very clear, like, yep, gaming companies becoming tech companies. Yeah, that's a problem.
The first was that they overhired in 2020 and 2021 during lockdowns, assuming that the pandemic boom in new gamers would go on forever.
Yes, absolutely. Overhiring, and also, yes.
Examples like Epic Games swelled to around 5,000 employees along the way. This led to the current wave of layoffs, especially since layoffs are contagious in tech. Nobody's stock gets punished for cutting staff in the same quarter that everybody else is cutting staff. Industry trackers count around 45,000 gaming jobs cut between 2022 and the middle of last year.
Okay, well, we kind of got off track here, but he was onto something there. Nice, Blue Velvet. He was onto something there where it was like, okay, they hired too much, right? Like, Epic Games, Fortnite's popping off, they're making tons of money. At some point, you have to ask yourself, where it's like, even for a game like Fortnite, where are we too big, you know? And it's like, that number was clearly below 5,000, you know? And again, I understand Fortnite, big game, tons and tons of money, but like, eventually there's a ceiling here, guys. The infinite growth thing is just, it's very silly. It's very, very silly. But then all of a sudden we're like, yeah, and there's a bunch of layoffs. Like, okay, true. And also, these numbers, I hate this, this is going to make me sound also kind of bad, but like, these numbers in the grand scheme of the industry and the wider world are very small numbers. They're very small numbers, but they do suck. They absolutely do suck.
14,600 of them in 2024 alone, and the rounds have kept coming through this year. The second problem with trying to emulate tech companies was the obsession with making acquisitions. Microsoft in particular has gone on a massive spending spree acquiring studios to create the Netflix of gaming.
So I disagree with this. I actually think the acquisition method could have worked, right? I actually think if you look at like Xbox 360 and the PS2 era, we were just talking about this in Discord the other day. It's like that's when there were just so many games, right? And the problem right now, especially, is that there just aren't very many games. You know, if you look at like PS5 and Xbox One libraries, they're like a dread. And you go back and look at these acquisitions, and they made very few games. I think Xbox did need to acquire a bunch of studios, but they needed those studios to make games every 2 years, not every 6, you know? That, I think, was the big problem. And each of those acquisitions ended up being a terrible acquisition, but that doesn't mean the acquisition strategy was incorrect.
They spent $7.5 billion for ZeniMax and then $68.7 billion for Activision Blizzard, the largest
Okay, well, it showed it eating Ubisoft, but whatever.
Acquisition in the history of the industry, alongside a bunch of smaller studios to build out their Game Pass offering. Now, even regular streaming services outside of Netflix have struggled with financial viability.
Yeah, I don't know why we're going into Netflix here, and like the Game Pass thing was just a complete miss, but that's like Game Pass will come and go and that won't change anything. This is a minor point. This barely matters.
And the same kind of model applied to video games struggled particularly hard for reasons we will get into soon. The point for now is that by the time this shopping spree wrapped up, Microsoft's gaming division alone stood at 22,000 people, as they started struggling with returns and questions from their corporate.
Okay, and again, I hate numbers like that too, but that's incredibly misleading where it's like Microsoft had 22,000 gaming employees. Well, again, factually true, it makes people think that like there's this one division that everyone's operating under. When in reality, that's including things like Double Fine, which is like a company of like 200 that exists on its own and maybe, you know, talks to Microsoft a little bit, but I wouldn't call them part of like the Microsoft division. And it's like, it's very misleading because there's actually just like tons and tons of clusters as opposed to like one giant Borg cube that is Microsoft flying around. So it paints just the weird image. People get the wrong idea of what the games industry is like when they hear stuff like that.
Overlords, they also followed the same model of product and shitification, especially amongst games with a
Jesus Christ, Zillow for Warcraft.
Locked-in audience. Game Pass Ultimate got a 50% price hike in a single announcement late last year, and Xbox itself has now announced 3 separate console price rises in 15 months.
Well, again, these are things that are not related. The console price hike is every console's doing this. Every piece of freaking computing hardware is doing this. Computer prices are up. And so, like, this isn't even bad decision. This is just life. Like, life kind of sucks right now that prices of everything is going up and up and up. The Game Pass hike was stupid. That was like, hey, our thing is failing, and now we're going to charge you more money for it. But again, same thing. It's the pattern, right? I think if any of you have Netflix or Disney or Hulu or like those have been going up and up and up and up. I think YouTube Premium now is at like $30 a month. Like stuff is getting nuts out there. So,
which I am told will be devastating for the 3 people still looking to buy one. Beyond just Microsoft.
Okay, he's not wrong. Good dig. Good dig.
The whole industry is playing a game of eat or be eaten, with 189 M&A deals in the industry in 2025 alone, according to the investment bank Drakestar, worth a record $161 billion, around 14 times the deal value of the year before. To be fair, this was pushed up considerably by the $55 billion Electronic Arts buyout led by the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which is the largest all-cash leverage buyout ever recorded, in any industry. Assuming regulators actually let it close, which, well, they probably will. More acquisitions have also furthered the trend of layoffs, as a lot of the time, these companies are just interested in the IP, not the development teams themselves. Embracer Group, an investment and holding company, rolled up more than 130 studios before.
See, like this. This is closer. They should do this exact same graph for Microsoft. This is wild, right? Like, this is freaking wild. And how many of you know what any of these studios do? You know, like, this is crazy. This is something. Way too many subs nowadays, no longer affordable. True. I actually just canceled my Paramount Plus because I was able to fall asleep to a different show. Anyway, the whole top right side is board games. Okay. Like, the only name I recognize off here is Demiurge. I've seen Gunfire Games. I know who a couple of these are, but, like, yeah, this is wild.
before their money ran out. The resulting unwind involved cutting around 4,500 employees and closing 44 studios. Around 80 projects just got cancelled outright, while the surviving franchises got packaged into a new company for a fresh stock listing. In such a rapidly growing space, they assumed the Silicon Valley spend money and they will come mindset would work here as well. In hindsight, it clearly hasn't worked out. But, well, why were they wrong? Well, a few reasons. The first is that a lot of gamers aren't actually gamers. They are
A lot of gamers aren't actually gamers. Sure, let's keep going with this.
just people who happen to play a video game.
Oh, I hate semantic arguments. You're not a gamer, you just play a video game. But okay. Okay.
Which might sound like the world's sweatiest gatekeeping, but I am certainly in this category as well. In the early 2000s, gaming was still a fairly niche hobby, particularly focused on younger people, primarily men, on gaming consoles, and an even more niche group that played on their PCs. In this time, online gaming was still in its infancy, and most people had a drawer full of titles they would play through depending on what they felt like. The primary content of these games was a campaign or a simple gameplay loop. That has obviously changed. Over the past 20 years, even though the number of titles and players kept going up, the number of games people actually spend their time in went down. While making
Wait. The number... Oh, okay. Yeah, he's right. Even though the number of games went up, the number of games people spent their time in went down. Yes, and the reason for that is because there are certainly a few large games that people will spend large amounts of time on, right? Like, for a lot of people right now, the way you game is you pick a primary game, and that is the game that you play like 80% of your time. That's true. And that's become true because games have gotten so big and so infinite. Even something like, I'll pick on Slay the Spire in a good way, right? Like, I know Nature's, for example, put in like 2,000 hours into just Slay the Spire. And so, like, 80% of his time was playing Slay the Spire, a single game that he got for $10, and I'm just using that as an example, but like a lot of people, that's what they do. They find their one or two games they like and they go very, very deep because so many games are a very deep experience nowadays. Is that a bad thing? No. Does that mean competition is much harder? Absolutely. But does that mean Nature's isn't a gamer because he only plays one game? I don't think he would agree with that.
this video, I looked back through my old binder, and there were at least 20 games that I would play on any given year in rotation. Today, I play 2 games, and while I would like to make an excuse like I am getting old and just have more responsibility these days, the truth is I probably spend longer playing these games in any given week than I did playing all of these. Beyond the personal anecdote,
right, and he doesn't really touch on it here, but it's because the games are deeper. Like, I'm gonna rewind here.
The truth is I probably spend longer playing these games in any given week.
If you look at the games he has here as an example, he's got old school RuneScape versus Age of Mythologies, FIFA, Star Wars, Lego, SimCity. Like, each of these games right here, probably, somewhere between 10 and 100 hours of gameplay. Cool. They're all good games, but like, sure. This is like 5,000 hours of gameplay, right? Like, it's the type of games that people are playing and can do that for. And it's not that this is better than this. It's just you can't put 5,000 hours into Star Wars, the video game. Sorry, you just can't. It doesn't have those legs. This is clicking on a tree for 6 hours. True. Part of it is that games didn't used to be designed to farm the consumer repeatedly. Well, yeah, and that's been the negative side effect of microtransactions, right? Like, if you look at, I'm going to use the Lego Star Wars example here. The goal was for you to buy it, be happy with your purchase, play it for 10 to 20 hours, and then buy the next one. Right? You'd buy the next Lego Star Wars or the next game made by that company. Great. And that was the cycle. And that was why there was incentive to make another video game, is because that's how you generated more revenue. But now that's not the model. The model is you make one video game that hooks people and they play it forever. And then you monetize the people within that game repeatedly, right? Old school RuneScape, they're not going to make old school RuneScape 2 because that's just going to be a risk that they'll lose all the consumers. They have old school RuneScape, and they will just keep making that good. And, you can call it milk the cow, you can call it whatever you want, but that's the model now, right? And that's why you see so few companies make new games, is because it's like it's more profitable to just sit there and make the same game and keep that coming. So And yeah, they just keep increasing subscription prices. Yes, exactly. So, and that's where a lot of the new games now are people trying to be that same thing, right? Like if you look at Theorycraft's, for example, Supervive, right? It's like they want to be the next League of Legends and try to grab some of that League of Legends cake. Or every gacha game wants to be the next Genshin. How many people were trying to be the next Fortnite, right? Like everyone wants, and that's where the live service stuff comes in. The live service is everyone wanting to be that big piece so that you can get that chunk of the money. Yeah, so.
Than I did playing all of these. Beyond the personal anecdote, this is a documented trend across the wider industry. Unlike other media like music or movies, people can commit far more time to consuming a video game. And
well, you find me a movie that you can consume 1,000 hours in, I'm sure people will watch it. I think, maybe One Piece. That might be the only one.
Live service games and a multiplayer focus can extend that time commitment to basically infinite. The only real limitation is the number of hours people have in a day, and an increasing share of those hours are being spent on forever games. Despite recent trends and understandable complaints, video gaming is still largely a very cost-effective form of entertainment. But the limit new games are running into is not that their customers are running out of money to spend, it's that they are running out of time to spend, as most of their hours are.
So Kwiatkowski asked a great question. How about FIFA? They release a game every year and have tons of microtransactions. So this is where I think I'm not going to use the word deceptive, but like this is where categorization matters. Is every FIFA really a new game, or is it a patch, right? Like, if you think about FIFA as it's a patch and it's still FIFA, and in the patch we've updated, which players are on which team, and we've changed it a little bit, and there's this one new mode, it's a patch. It's a lot of what modern games would call a patch. It's just a patch you have to pay $60 for. And they can do that because their users have accepted that it's okay to pay $60 for that patch, because that's how FIFA works. It's the same reason World of Warcraft players still pay $15 a month, because that's what their users intend. And trust me, if another game could charge $20 a month to play for their patches, they would, right? Like, if Genshin Impact could charge you $20 a month, they absolutely would, but that's not what their users are used to, right? And trying to disrupt that is way too challenging. But realistically, FIFA, it's the same model. Their users are just willing to buy a new disc.
Already accounted for. According to Newzoo's playtime tracking, in 2024, 57% of total playtime was spent on games 6 or more years old. A further 32% on games 1 to 5 years old.
Oh, this graph is actually really, really depressing in the sense that I've talked about this with like Ryan Rigney, for example, and it's like, what was the last new live service game that was really, really big breakthrough? And it's like Marvel Rivals, for sure. But before Marvel Rivals, it might have been like TFT. Like, there are just a bunch. People are just they've gotten those old games. Like Genshin, yeah, Genshin would be one. But even Genshin's like what, 2020, 2021? So it is tough. Fortnite's much older than that. So people have definitely stuck with their old games. Roblox, stuff like that. So,
and only 12% on games released that year. Back in 2021.
Oh yeah, Blue Velvet has a good point. So this is something that often doesn't get talked about in these Western videos as well, is that the Chinese market's a bit different. And if you want to talk about big games in China, for example, yeah, Delta Force is a really good example. Delta Force is super big in China right now, but yeah, most Western people don't even know what Delta Force is. So, but you're right.
Those older games were only taking 39% of playtime. That share has climbed 18 points in 3 years. For PC, this trend is even more concentrated amongst older gamers, with 67% of playtime going to 6-year-old games,
God, he just
even
made a
though they
6-7
theoretically
joke.
have a wider selection of independent new releases at significantly lower prices than
Yeah, 2/3 of 2024 PC playtime went to titles released 6 or more years ago, and 5 of those titles accounted for 30.4% of the total hours. Yep. And this is why I will also say, and this is me talking about my own project for a little bit, but like, this is why I don't have a goal to try to compete with these games. My goal is to release a game that you buy, play for 10 hours, have fun, and you're like, great, that was it. And then you go back to playing Roblox and Fortnite and whatever, like, it is what it is.
Console games. An extreme example of this is that one of the writers here at Works Media, not pointing any fingers, has over 10,000 hours playing League of Legends, and an otherwise totally neglected library full of Steam games. The top 5 titles on PC accounted for 30.4% of all hours on their own, and Fortnite by itself was 9.3% of all track playtime across PC and console combined. So, while in theory the total addressable market is better than ever, most of these studios are actually just fighting over a shrinking pile of scraps.
Yeah, I mean, and he's right. Like, this is the problem, right? Like, really what you're fighting for is time, and that's why your goal should be how much of that time do you want? And this is where I think live service games have struggled recently, because they're like, hey, we want more of your time than Fortnite. We want more of your time than League. We want more of your time than these other games. But these other games are well established, right? Like, this is why I think MMOs struggled for so long. It was like every new MMO that came out had to compete with WoW. And it was like WoW had already been out for multiple years. And why would you play those when you could just play WoW, which has more content? So, like, you have to keep up. I think this is, similar with like auto battlers and everything like that. It's like being something new that you're going to like sink your time into is tough. And this is why like the actual way to succeed is you have to find a game that appeals to like 15 to 20-year-olds that aren't already engaged in like League and stuff like that. Most of your 30-year-olds, you're not going to change their mind, right? The 30-year-olds have made up their mind. They've picked their forever game. They're going to play it forever. Nothing's going to stop someone like Ninja from playing Fortnite. Like, it is what it is. So, yeah, sunk cost is another part of it. And so, realistically, you've got to come up with something that hooks them. But at the same time, you have those companies also doing things to, like, get the 15-year-olds as well, right? Like, Fortnite does those concerts and stuff like that to keep their audience, entertained and try to expand as well. And it becomes this battle of, like, who can get the next round of the 15 to 20-year-olds.
Industry analyst Matthew Ball estimated that outside of annualized franchises, thousands of games backed by tens of billions of dollars were competing for around 5.6% of total player hours, and 4 titles won half of it. So yeah, the industry has basically broken into studios that have managed to create a hit game and they are just milking it, and studios taking huge risks on the hope that they can produce the next one.
I mean, yes, this sentence right here is probably the most accurate representation of the current industry right now at the top, right? And like, that's why, like I said, if you're trying to be, the next Fortnite, you have to do something like Concord, but man, you have got to be perfect. And if you're not, you're going to be the next Concord, not the next Fortnite, And isn't it also sort of disingenuous to call these games 6 years old? They aren't in most cases the same game they were 6 years ago. No, and that's what I'm saying is that, like, old school, if something like Fortnite had come out on the Super Nintendo, then you would have got Fortnite 2, you would have got Fortnite 64, and then you would have got Fortnite Sunshine, and like, it wouldn't be the same game, but it'd be added on. But because we can do these live updates, like you said, it's not the same game, but it is the same game. It's a game that have been along. And I mean, honestly, TFT probably encapsulates this the best, right? Like, is TFT one game or is it 18 games? Is TFT a game with 18 sequels, Because that's really what players have played is 18 different games in the series. It's just, that's the way the model works now.
It's just simply much, much harder to sell a casual $70 game these days, which has created some much more serious downstream problems.
So, well, wait. Okay, that was a weird jump in logic. People have live service games, and they only play those live service games. Therefore, it's hard to sell a $70 game. No. That was bad logic. You can sell a $70 game. That $70 game just has to serve a different purpose than being your forever game, right? Elden Ring is a really good example of this. Elden Ring is not trying to be Fortnite or League or anything like that. Elden Ring did just fine. It came out, players enjoyed it, they had their fun, and then they moved back to their forever games. And that's fine. Elden Ring was successful. You can sell $70 games. You can't sell $70 games that are also trying to be Fortnite. That's the mistake. Don't do that.
Game these days, which has created some much more serious downstream problems. So it's time to learn how many works to find out how the gaming industry is imploding under the weight of its best years ever. This video is sponsored by Monarch. If you have ever tried to track your money across multiple apps...
Cool, there's a dot there. Moving on.
Okay, so gamers are basically barricaded inside the same 5 games they have been playing for a decade, which has led many studios to conclude that the only logical move is to create the next big live service game or die trying.
No.
This has created a trend of massive games with limitless features put together by huge teams with enormous budgets.
Ugh.
The problem is that if these games fail to break through, they become
Jesus Christ. This number is like the most, oh God, 400. The things we could do with $400 million that weren't make Concord, man. Oh God, it's just insane. The funny thing too is if you look at all those examples of like the games that are succeeding, how many of them had a big budget when they started out? Honestly, like League certainly didn't, Fortnite certainly didn't, Roblox certainly didn't, Minecraft certainly didn't. Like, this is not how you win. You don't win by like outspending. You make something good and then it grows. TFT was a 5-month project on the side. I think TFT is actually the quintessential example of why this is the wrong tactic. You don't make the best game in the world by spending 8 years and $400 million. You make it by like making a cool game and then going, oh crap, this is good, and then growing it. So
extremely expensive dead weights. This also means that even at full price, a lot of these titles can't make their money back on unit sales alone, so they are leaning more on in-game purchases and
which again, if right away you're like, man, if we make a $70 game and we sell 10 million copies and we still aren't going to be profitable, your strategy is very wrong. And if you can't see that, I don't know how to help you. Like, what? It's just such... That's just basic math. Come on, man.
In-game advertising. If these never eventuate, because nobody ends up spending that much time in the game, losses can be devastating even with decent upfront sales. And of course, it's a lot worse without them. Sony spent 8 years and a reported $200 million on developing Concord, their big hero shooter answer to Overwatch. It sold an estimated 25,000 copies, and the servers were switched off 2 weeks after launch with full refunds all around.
Okay. Just because I shouldn't beat the dead horse, I really shouldn't, but I'm just gonna say it because it's on my mind. My goal is for my game to outsell Concord. That's just my goal. If I can sell 25,000 copies of my game, we'll take it. That's the goal. All right. So when it comes out next year, y'all get to help me. We just got to beat Concord. Okay? That's our goal.
Warner Brothers did the same thing with their Suicide Squad game, which missed so badly that the company disclosed a $200 million hit to earnings.
God.
And then they did it again a few months later with a $100 million write-down, mostly pinned on multiverses. Now, I know it's fun to point...
Okay, there is no way Multiverses was a $100 million game. There's no way. There's got to be some book cooking there. I've seen the people who made Multiverses. There's no way that was a $100 million game. There's no way. Unless $100 million of that was like the licensing deals for the IPs or something like that. There's just no way. Anyway, cheers. Cheers, Kleesmeister? Cheers. Feels like Hollywood math? Yeah, a little bit.
And laugh. But it's going to keep happening. Because of the network effect of these games, the results are increasingly polarized. They are either a smash hit or a monumental failure. People want to play games with their friends, so they play the games their friends are playing. And if their friends aren't playing a given game, they probably won't either.
Just gotta stop doing that.
Helldivers 2 or Marvel Rivals, or even something like Among Us and Mecha Chameleon have broken through, and they are printing money from people who want something to play.
Now, this is actually a really important point here, by the way, is that the playing with friends has actually become a really big source of, like, it's definitely true. Everyone wants to play with their friends. Everyone wants to play, games. But, like, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. You can only do so much with that, and it's also people look at it as an easy answer, but it doesn't solve everything. And Mecha Chameleon is almost like deceiving people into thinking like this is just the easy moneymaker. It's like, as long as it has multiplayer, the game will be good. And it's like, well, no, the game also has to be fun, and people often forget that. And that you would be surprised the number of developers that just like, I'm having fun because I'm in a playtest with my friends. can't see through that actually the game's not very fun. So friend slops are actual money printers. So that's what I'm saying is like one of the first lessons I learned at Nintendo was that if you took the most boring game in the world and played it with your friends, you're still hanging out with your friends, so you're still going to have fun, you know? And like I said, it can be a path to success, right? Like Mecha Chameleon shows it's a path to success, but it can also be a giant like, oops, just kidding, and we screwed it up. And that's how you like the Concords. I don't know. It's just like it can be really dangerous.
Play with their friends, but that self-reinforcing concentration means everything else is running a greater risk of becoming another Concord. But the problem is now, even if they do find a cash cow, there is an incentive to milk it until it curdles to find the next mega development. Sony paid $3.6 billion for Bungie in 2022, then tapped Destiny as hard as they could to fund the development of Marathon, and
dude, they really did tap Destiny hard too. But I mean, this, in a way, this is actually still correct, right? Like, let's say you make a game like Fortnite, and it, you know, makes gangbusters of money, infinitely, whatever. Actually, Genshin's probably the better example of this, right? Is like, Genshin makes a ton of money. The answer isn't use that money to keep funding Genshin completely, because that's just going to be like, eventually you're going to run into where it just runs out. You need to use that to fund the next thing, right? I think Fall Guys actually has this as well, where it's like you have to diversify, yes. The problem is Bungie didn't really diversify so much as they just went all in on the next thing, so.
Then Marathon flopped as well. Sony has now written down around $766 million on that studio in a single fiscal year. Destiny 2 got its final content update last month, and about half of Bungie has been laid off. Even the biggest winner of them all is slowing down. Fortnite engagement has been falling since 2025. Epic laid off over 1,000 people this year.
Okay, see, stuff like that is also really dangerous. And this is something that I'm going to share with you guys that Twitter users do, business people do, everyone does. And I have struggled with this in my career to like course correct people. The thing he just said there, where he's like, Fortnite numbers have been down since 2025. That's 1 year, bro. Numbers fluctuate. Life happens. Things will go up. Things will go down. The people who overreact, where it's like, I don't know, man, numbers are down 6.2%. We'd better jump to wild conclusions. Crazy. These are the same people that thought League was dying when Overwatch came out because League's numbers started to go down. Fast forward, what happened? Nothing. Right? Like, people jump to like really bad conclusions with the smallest amount of data, and they freak out about it, and it is just like, I don't want to say it's lack of intellect, but it's lack of something. I don't know how to explain it other than people freak out for the dumbest reasons sometimes.
Here saying that they were spending significantly more than they were making, and we have to make major cuts to keep the company funded. This heavy push towards live service games that dominate people's time and drive recurring spending also means that people are increasingly treating games as a social outlet. Potentially, you might even say some modern version of a third place. As such, and hot take alert, a lot of people don't really want something new. They want something familiar. Friends like to hang out in common.
People don't want something new, they want something familiar. Is that true? No, I don't think that's true. I think people don't know what they want, and I think when someone invents the next big thing, no one will have predicted it, much like no one predicted Mecha Chameleon, and anyone who says they did is lying, because it just happened to be what people wanted at that time and was new and unique for that moment. People want new things. They want new experiences. Familiar is safe, but new is exciting. So I don't agree with that.
Environments, and especially as the average gamer gets older, now 36 years old in America, that becomes even stronger. This trend of playing fewer games but playing them for much longer also explains the challenges that came with the subscription services like Game Pass. In theory, a modest monthly subscription for access to a massive library of games was a great deal, and probably more cost-effective than getting a similar selection of content through something like Steam. The problem was that people were only playing a small selection of games anyway, so having access to hundreds of titles didn't really mean much when they were only actually playing 2 of them.
See, I don't agree with this. It's just that, again, games and movies aren't the same thing. If I have 30 hours of recreation for a week, right? 30 hours. How many movies can I watch for 30 hours? 15. How many TV shows could I watch? 2, 3? Cool. How many games can I play? A half of one? Maybe? You know, like that to me is the bigger thing. It's like, again, entertainment is based on time, and games are something that just take up more time. I don't need a subscription. I just want to play the game I want to play. So subscription doesn't make any sense to me.
Microsoft reportedly set itself an internal target of 77 million Game Pass subscribers by this year. Again, assuming that this was just another streaming service or tech offering, this wasn't completely unreasonable. In reality,
It's
it
incredibly
got to
unreasonable.
34 million, tried that 50% price hike from earlier to squeeze more out of the subscribers it did have, and promptly lost around 4 million of them.
And in fact, I would bet that the majority of people who had Game Pass early on basically used it as a discount code for a $50 game, enjoyed it for a couple months, and then went, wait a minute, I'm paying more than that $50 game, and canceled their subscription. Like, come on.
Now, of course, this is a generalization. Everybody spends their time differently, and if you are personally someone that likes to try a new title every month, congratulations. You are probably having a lot more fun than everybody else.
No. Even that right there is so disingenuous, because realistically what's happening is people have like their main game, Genshin Impact or Fortnite or whatever, and they'll still play it. That, like the hairy guy, he said, who plays 1,000 hours of League of Legends, still going to play 1,000 hours of League of Legends, but on the side, they're going to take like 5 hours and play this other game. Or they're going to take 1 hour and play this other game and go, that was neat and that was cool, and then go back to League, right? And like, that's going to be really, really common. So these aren't mutually exclusive. Like, both can exist in the same thing. It said that the average player is 36 years old now. Mort is like 200 years older than that. True.
But for everybody else, there is one place left to actually find extra hours in people's day: mobile. People just spend more time on their phones than sitting down at a dedicated PC or console to do gaming. This becomes particularly true for the filthy washed masses of more casual gamers. The share of direct mobile game revenue is now bigger than PC and console combined.
Yes.
$103 billion last year against $86 billion for the other two put together. Now,
The other thing too is a lot of the times when you see a graph like this, by the way, these are usually Western markets. And they don't include things like China, Korea usually. And in those regions, mobile's even bigger. Mobile is absolutely a big share. And this is where games like Genshin Impact is extremely successful. This is why Fortnite being on mobile was so important. It's just, mobile is the ability to get to the player wherever they are, right? Like, and especially in like certain regions where you're like traveling on the train and stuff like that. It's why DS was so big in Japan versus stuff like that. You guys don't have phones? Yeah, and that's where it's like, if you can make a gaming experience that makes sense on mobile, yeah, PUBG mobile's huge. I get why, but I find mobile gaming still less awkward. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like different games work for different folks, right? Like, some people like mobile games. And in fact, the other thing too is people right around my daughter's age, actually, people who are like 18 right now and younger, for a lot of them, holding a controller is weird because they grew up on iPads and mobile, and that's what they're used to. So, yeah.
they're two put together. Now, you probably already knew all this, but the point is that this can be a lot more lucrative, because mobile games are generally much simpler in design and development, and also have a system more naturally conducive to microtransactions.
Well, see, no, that, okay, now the thing he's describing where he's like, mobile games are simpler and easier and stuff like that, that was true about 10, 15 years ago. That's becoming a lot less true. A lot of the big money makers nowadays are actually the like really, really deep engaging stuff. I think a common thing, like TFT struggled with this for a bit because everyone was like, oh, TFT games need to be shorter. They need to be shorter because it's on mobile and people on mobile don't have large attention spans. And it's like, no, turns out actually they do. They actually have very, very big attention spans and play these games really, really deeply. And things like Genshin are very successful and PUBG Mobile are successful. And it's just actually, it's a convenience thing. It's not a like dedication thing. So this is like one of those like stereotypes that's actually become not true.
Often, payment can be handled through the same phone that people are playing on, which strips out the transaction friction that games on other platforms have to fight through. Again, this is well documented. But if studios are going to choose a proper game for real gamers, there needs to be a very good commercial reason why they wouldn't spend the same resources on building dozens of games for a much larger, more lucrative market. The only real justification is the chance at making the next big live services game. On the other end,
Well, and so everything he's just described where he's like the motivation for making a big game, the motivation for is like if you're incredibly profit driven, he's absolutely right? Like if your goal is we need the biggest return on investment, what's the game we can make? Then yeah, you're not going to make a console game, things like that. But this is where I think things like the Japanese market have been very, very good because that's not always their primary motivation. Their primary motivation is like, we just want to make a cool game and like make sure the business stays alive. Like it's not like what's our maximized return. And this is where again, things like Nintendo and Elden Ring do very, very well, despite like, but also I think a lot of business people would look at Nintendo and Elden Ring and go like, but you guys aren't doing it right. Where's the Elden Ring microtransaction? You guys could have made so much more money if you'd had some extra, DLC and stuff like that. So
end of the development spectrum, it's never been easier for independent studios or even individual people to create their own game and publish it thanks to robust game engines in platforms like Steam or even Roblox. But this means that basic indie games are an incredibly crowded space with immense competition.
True.
More than 19,000 games were released on Steam last year alone, and nearly half of them got fewer than 10 user reviews.
Yeah, obviously I've been paying a lot of attention to the indie game space now since I'm, as a side project kind of making my own. I would love someone to actually break down this graph a little bit more into like how many years were spent on these projects, how many because for all of these, my biggest concern is when I look at the Steam shop is like, I want to say like 60% of it is like, I typed in a prompt into AI and then put the game up, or I copied someone else's game and changed the skin and put the game up, or I downloaded a bunch of asset flips. Like, I want to find a way to exclude that to figure out how much of this is actually like games, Because I feel like this graph is also telling a narrative that isn't actually true. I don't think there are that many Balatros flying completely under the radar. Yeah, exactly. And that's I feel like this paints just the wrong narrative that it just isn't true, but that I could just be biased on my own side, And we'll find out, right? Like if I release my game and get 10 reviews, like maybe it is a problem. Who knows?
Fewer than 10 user reviews. To differentiate themselves, game companies have felt the need to create significantly higher-end titles that wouldn't be possible for smaller teams to put together. This has created a missing middle of games that are a cut above the indie selection in terms of features, but
well, wait. The missing middle. I do not agree with this at all. And in fact, if you look at this picture, if you're telling me like Ori and Hades and Cuphead aren't the middle, like what do we need that's between Hades and Fortnite? Because Hades to me is like the middle. That's good. That is like a team of developers who made a great game that looks amazing. Like, what? I just don't agree with this at all. The missing middle. Those are indie? Like, Hades is... he's talking budget? Sure, I guess, but... I'm trying to imagine, like, what game would be called the middle if it came out today? Everything on the left is the middle. I don't know about everything, right? Like Terraria, for example, became big, but it wasn't. Undertale is definitely an indie, like small title. And that's the thing. I think even the term indie right now has gotten to be such a wide scope, right? Like, is one person making a game indie? Yeah, clearly. Is Expedition 33 indie? It's right on the line, right? Like, to me, that's the middle. Expedition 33 is the middle. So I don't know that there's actually a missing area here that would actually be successful. If some indie makes a huge success, then budget for sequel like Silksong to me is like barely indie at this point. It is, but like barely. And like, I don't know.
Aren't monster AAA titles that cost more than Avatar to make. Court documents filed by Activision revealed that Black Ops Cold War cost around $700 million to
$700 million to make a video game. What are we doing? I mean, again, if there's one group of people that can do this, right? If you're like, I have to spend $500 million on a game, what's it going to be? The answer is Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Fortnite. There's one more, FIFA, Madden. Like, sure, they can do it. They can do it because they have the IP. It's fine. Anyone else? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop it.
Develop before marketing, despite, well, let's be honest, not really being that.
Someone in chat just said Minecraft. No, Minecraft should not be spending $700 million on any Minecraft game. No, stop it.
That much different from any other COD games released in the last 10 years. In the past, studios could try to create a consistent roster of decent games.
Oh my God. 1998 to 2008, the peak of gaming, man. Games coming out every 2 years. But again, like I said, it's if you make a successful game, you don't make the sequel, you make DLC, you make add-ons, you make that's the issue.
If one of them did well, that was great. If one of them flopped, that wasn't ideal, but it wasn't crippling. Today, even the biggest studios are kind of going all in on the success of their next release with very little margin of error if it doesn't work out. Now, to play devil's advocate a bit here, betting big is not totally irrational when one Fortnite can pay for 20 flops. But the problem is that everybody is making that same bet at the same time into the same...
No. See, again, that right there, it's like one Fortnite can pay for 20 flops, sure. But again, you don't become Fortnite by starting at 500 million. You become Fortnite by making something good and then growing it and then doing the next one, right? Grand Theft Auto can make a $2 billion game because it's Grand Theft Auto and they built it over 20 years. You can't come in and go, well, I too am going to make better Grand Theft Auto. Give me my $2 billion. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Fixed pool of player hours. The frustrating part is that when anybody actually funds the middle, it can still work. Expedition 33 was made by a core team of around 30 people for under $10 million, sold 5 million copies in its first 6 months, and swept the Game Awards. It obviously can work, but I guess you also need to actually make a good game, which...
Make a good game? What? Also, that's the other thing too. In these conversations, and I hate to say this, but a lot of people like to tout the Game Awards as mattering. They don't matter. Sorry. The truth of the matter is some of the biggest successful games will never be mentioned at the Game Awards, and some of the things that win Game Awards are going to struggle and have their companies shut down. Game Awards, no.
Capital investment alone can't guarantee. And even if it does, it's probably going to get ripped off anyway. So yeah, the third big issue is clearly one that is not unique to gaming. If you ever see a YouTube video that does well, you can be pretty sure that there will be 20 other videos that copy it in the coming months, because making an original YouTube video normally takes a fair amount of time and effort, and if it doesn't do well, it can cause serious problems.
Okay, this is actually one of the hardest parts about the game industry too, by the way, is because a lot of the time, the person who makes the first one gets all the success, right? The first Balatro, you know, the first World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft's a weird example, but like the game industry in and of itself has parts that copy each other and do things like that. And generally, if you're the first one there, you get all the success, but there are definitely exceptions to that. Yeah, Slay the Spire is a good example where like Slay the Spire really popularized it, but even Slay the Spire is an example where it's like, was it actually the first or was it just the first big one? And I think there would say people who would say that there are games that came before Slay the Spire that just didn't quite get the appeal. The most famous example I always remember, just because it's the one I'm aware of, is there was a game on mobile called Threes, and it was just a really fun little puzzle game. They sold it for like $3, and then it instantly got copied into 256, and that one was just way more popular, and poor Threes got completely forgotten about. And yes, people are going to bring up, you know, TFT, Auto Chess, League, Dota. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there are examples where it doesn't quite pay off. And that's where it's like, it's such a weird case. You know, like Street Fighter is still big because it was the first fighting game. Did it have its copies? Absolutely. Mortal Kombat, you know, but it's tough. And so like, even worrying about this stuff, you can't worry too much. All you can do to combat this is just try to make sure yours is the best game you can make, you know, and that's all you can do. You know, I think that's why I like the Balatro example, where it's like the guy just made Balatro because he thought it was cool. He didn't worry about anything else, you know. I'm actually trying to take that model into my thing, where it's just like, look, I'm just going to make the game I want to make. It'll do its thing, and if people start pirating it and copying it right after it's done, okay, it is what it is. I don't know.
Copying a video is easy. It comes with some guarantee of success. That's the exact reason why I've decided to mix things up and steal the Smoothie King's talking points and thumbnail for this video. Now hopefully it goes without saying that I am joking. I will always leave a link in the description below, and we mostly discuss different things. But the point is, this clearly happens everywhere on YouTube, as people just naturally follow basic incentives. The same is true 10 times over for video games. Any game that does well is going to be copied by dozens of people with tools that make basic game design relatively simple. This is especially the case with people porting paid indie games into Roblox for free with inbuilt microtransactions. Last summer, Peak, one of Steam's best-selling games of the month, got cloned on Roblox almost immediately.
Yeah.
The copy pulled in 6 million visits in about 2 weeks,
This is a great
with
example.
Roblox's own microtransaction system, while the studio that actually made the game got nothing. The game developers said,
See, this is I love this example. This is a great example, and now you just feel really bad for the Peak dev. It's like, I made this cool thing, someone else literally just copied me, put it in Roblox, got a bunch of money, and I got nothing. And man, that can be so demoralizing as a game creator. It can be so sad. And I there's nothing you can do about it either. And then this is where people are like, what? Why would you try to copyright a mechanic, or not copyright, but patent a game mechanic? And it's like, well, to prevent stuff like this, but it's rough.
That they would rather you pirate their game than play the microtransaction-riddled Roblox slop ripoff, which is a sentence an actual game studio felt the need to post in 2025. Roblox is running 132 million daily users and 31 billion hours of engagement every quarter, which the same Matthew Ball from earlier estimates is about the same engagement as Steam, PlayStation, and Fortnite combined. Now, obviously, this is bad, but the point is, for large studios, it further means that they need to make games with some kind of moat around them to defend against obvious ripoffs. And the easiest one is to make something too complex to copy, and then integrate recognizable IP in addition to some guarantee of players being around for consistent online multiplayer.
I'll call it out again. This is not me tooting my own horn, but the way I'm trying to combat copiers is that my game has content that is handcrafted and large amounts of content, so that if you copy it, you're basically going to have to literally copy paste, or it's going to take some time at least. So I at least have that fighting against it. But yeah, this is where, like, a Balatro, for example, the way you fight Balatro, or Balatro fights it, is like they have so many jokers, and it's, I think content amount has to be the answer. Like, nobody's going to copy Hollow Knight quickly because the world's too big. So yeah, Edmund does that. Yeah, exactly.
Now, it sounds bad, but it gets worse, because this has literally already happened
before. But
before.
it's why Threes failed,
The
for
last
example.
time this industry drowned itself in cheap copies of whatever it was selling, it was 1983. And the American home video game market fell by around 97% in 2 years. So yeah, I'm not exactly going to feel bad for the big game. So yeah, I'm not exactly 3.
So, okay, another thing I see happen, by the way, is that people will compare this to the crash of 83. There's a giant difference that I think makes it so this is not even remotely close to the crash of 83. And that's the internet. People are much better informed. And generally, and I say generally because there are a couple exceptions, but like, we're pretty good about sussing out the fakes, the copies, the crap, the shovelware, and people are good at communicating it. And like, generally the games that are successful are because word of mouth and people sharing and wanting to be a part of like that moment, that cultural thing, it spreads fast. And so, whereas in 1983, you'd get tricked by a magazine ad telling you to buy ET, and then you bought ET and you'd get disappointed, right? Like, that doesn't happen anymore, because now a game like ET comes out and every YouTuber's going, this is the absolute crap, and it's woke and it's terrible, and everyone who buys it is evil and supports whatever, and no one buys ET, like, it's just the information age has made, I think, this a lot less likely to be a problem. Could Concord have been the ET? I mean, yeah, I think actually Concord could have been the ET if the internet didn't exist, but it did, and therefore it wasn't. So big companies are all trying to make the exact same game and seemingly ignoring the fact that right. But I think the difference here isn't that the crash of 83 was because consumers lost trust, right? Whereas I think the current crash is more like gaming companies are proving they can't make the stuff people want to buy, but consumers are actually pretty well informed. So, Mort, where were you during the crash of 83? I was like a month old. Oh, you meant 1983, not 1883, sorry.
And the American home video game market fell by around 97% in 2 years. So yeah, I'm not exactly going to feel bad for the big gaming companies. They have made plenty of their own mistakes and have leaned into anti-consumer practices to compensate for their own failing. But it's not been an easy time to be a game studio either. Now, if you want to see this whole dynamic play out on a wider scale, go and watch this video next to him.
And then the video just ends. Okay. There was no... I was looking for more of a conclusion or something here. It's just like, yep, games are struggling. Okay, here's my next video. All right, I guess. I mean, I guess there is no conclusion, but yeah, video games. I don't know. It's a lot of the same talking points I think, honestly, we had in some of our other videos, which is just that, why did he yell? Yeah, I don't know why the PA system thing happened twice. I don't know. I think there's definitely room for different types of entertainment and things like that. Some people are going to go hard on certain titles. Some people aren't. There's ways to have success, and there are plenty of success cases. You just have to look at it as a business, but a simple business, not an efficiency. It's complicated. There's efficiency, there's quality, and everyone's looking for a shortcut because everyone's looking for their payday. So, what is a video game? Yeah, let me go back. So, anyway, there you go. That's a video. Cool. All right, well, we watched 2 videos. We played 2 video games, and I have been streaming 4.5 hours. I want to do one more run of Pathogenic, and then I'll probably call it a stream. Is mayonnaise a video? Oh, freaking mayonnaise. Like I said, I want to do one more run of Pathogenic, and then I'll probably call it a stream. What is a video? True. All right. Where do you think Warframe sits on those scales? I think Warframe's another example where, like, it started off small, had success, and then it grew, and, like, that's a good thing. So. All right. Fire 5 short-range shots. That seems fun. Wait, you can do both? Okay, we can do both. Okay, let's go. Same with Path of Exiles. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the correct path to success. Is you make like a 5 to 10. If you want to be like a mid that can grow into something big, I'm just gonna say this. Actually, I'll pause. If you want to be a title that can grow into a Fortnite, I think the way you do that is a like $5 to $10 million budget, maybe 20 million tops. But even that's a little much. You make a really good game, you get popular, and then you grow the team and be ready to respond to it. Any more than that, I think you're being foolish. So, yeah. I don't know why people claim Expedition 33 was made by a small amount of people. Yes, the studio is small by itself, but there were lots of things outsourced. Yeah, I mean, and outsourcing is a tricky conversation as well, right? Because, like, even my game, for example, right now, it's me, the art director I found on Reddit, the sound guy I found on Reddit, and then the art director found 2 other small artists to help part-time. We just paid an art outsourcing to help do our, like, title screen and key art. So, like, is it really a solo project now? No, but yes, because, like, I'm still doing all the design and tech by myself, which is, like, a lot. But, like, and that's where it's, like, the line is blurry, right? But at the end of the day, the best way to quantify it is what was the budget. And I think that would actually be the best way to quantify games in the future is what was the budget to make this title. That's probably the best way I would think to do it. And so what was the budget to make Expedition 33? Was it like 10 million? At which point sounds closer to like a single A, double A kind of title. You know? But if it's like, if you're making a game for, like I said, my price right now is, I'm trying to make a game for less than 100,000. Seems pretty indie, you know? Budget and time. Oh yeah, that's a good point. You're right. Budget and time. Time is also an access. Because that's where like Mugenics is such an interesting example, right? Because like budget-wise wasn't that insane, but time-wise it was like 6 years or something, 7 years. So yeah, that'd be a good way to quantify it. Okay. I'm gonna play. Wii video game. You could establish Naughty Dog's cousin company called Old Dog. Right now, my company's name is Doggone It Games. My wife named it. Just watched the room tour. Love the Supersonic on the side. Yeah, my brother picked that up for me at a convention. You know, from like an artist that had it on sale. Whee. We're shooting. All right, level up. The next mutation you pick is applied twice. Okay, let's do that. Does Mort Dog even have a dog? Yes, we have a dog named Evie. German Shepherd. Sustained beam while held. That sounds fun. Oh, hell yeah. I got a laser. I got a laser. Who has 2 thumbs and a laser? This guy. All right, attack, steal, splash damage on impact, or projectiles home in on enemies. Well, I have a laser. Oh, wait, does that actually work? We're going to find out if that works. Whatever. I want to see if this works. Is this like what Spore should have been? Spore with gameplay? Probably. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm excited. Look at my homing laser. Stuff like this is so cool, by the way. Stop taking a red piss. Can't make me. Stuff like this is so cool. Where it's just like, oh, laser plus homing, and now you hit everything. I love stuff like that. Let's see here. Provides movement. Sure, I guess. Okay. Cool. Brimstone plus Sacred Heart? Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I was going to say it's not new, but it's still cool. Plus my shotgun shots are tracking also. It seems pretty weak though. It's doing like 1 damage. Cool. All right, what do we got? Change our shape, plus 2 max HP with a worse shape, or no effect. What does this do? Like, I don't understand what this does. It just says no effect. We're gonna change to this one. Okay. Have you decided on a name for your game yet? Yes. In fact, we had the logo just got done. So the logo's looking good. The thing is, right now, the biggest thing on my game to share with you is I want the title screen to not be a placeholder image that I made. So that way the first impression isn't ass. And then right now, the first, I can't say that word without spoiling something. The first thing needs to look fully done, like art-wise, so that it doesn't look like a student game. Because the problem is right now, my game's first impression, because it's a lot of placeholder art, is, oh, that looks like a neat student game. I need to get it past that before people can look at it more. Continuous beam that freezes enemies held in it. Okay. Sweet. So now I have like 4 beams. Oh my god, look at this. Wait, so how do I get more of them to track? This has the tracking. Projectiles home in. I can't get more of them to track though, but that's cool. Okay. Moving on. I got laser beams for days. Into the intestine. I need more stamina though. It drains my stamina very quick. Okay. Whee. Cool. I need more stamina. Oh god, go away, go away. Ah! Get off me, man. Okay, the stamina thing's getting really annoying. Up to 15 damage for each empty stamina container. That'd be nice if I had more stamina. Well, once I have stamina, it'll be good, I promise. Okay. Maybe you need fewer weapons? Yeah. But I like my weapons right now. Cool. Is this what COVID does when it enters the body? Yes. Hey, look! +1 stamina. Sweet. Life is good. We are deep in the bowels of the bowels, true. Alright. +1 stamina. There we go. Wait, there was a heart. Give me the heart. Okay, cool. Sweet. Alright. Attacks leave a toxic trail. Spews piercing, burning acid. Emits volatile electric arcs. Let's try that. Oh. Alright, this is kind of cool. Whee. I'm just like shooting electric and beams and... I like it. This game reminds me of games like Primordials and Cleanfall. Interesting. Boom. All right. None of these seem good. Okay. The music's good here? Yeah, the music seems pretty good for this game. Creates 3 cores after being overcharged. Shoots out a melee minion. Interesting. 3 overcharged for 1 second when blocking a projectile. Don't do any of that. Reroll. Spawns 1. Fast short range melee attack. No. Attacks arc to other affected attacks. That seems good. Sweet. Let's do that. Okay. I feel like I'm ghost busting. Upgrades any other Orgale to a higher rarity. Projectiles are pulled towards... Let's do this one. The laser sound is so good, yeah. Someone said this is only connected to 1 attack. Can I swap that? Yeah, there we go. That should be better, right? Cool. Moving on. Into the stomach. All right. Oh my God, what is going on? Oh my God, that made a big difference. Okay, so this is a game where like building right and wrong can definitely make massive differences. Holy cow. I kind of just fill the screen now. Okay. Okay. if I don't want to evolve? I'm not going to evolve. I like my build. This is a Sivir ricocheting thing. True. True. Alright, what do we got here? Fires 3 short bursts. I don't have any more room for stuff, do I? What do I have room for in my body? Nothing. Right? I'm full? Slow but powerful melee attack. Overcharge. I could go like this. You just skip the get more room? Yeah, but I would have had to like rearrange, and I didn't like that. But yeah, you're right. Eh, whatever. Attacks have a chance to arc to nearby enemies. I'll take plus 1 HP. Plus 1 stamina container. Yes, please. Okay. Just a fire hose of damage. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Whoa. Cool. Okay, the game's not very hard now. Attack Infuser, backstabs deal 100% damage. That's DNA. Fires a 3-shot burst. Don't need damage. We can just buy this. Gives a random weapon, dodging, projectile speed. Whoa. Definitely not that. Okay. Sure, why not? And boss. Beat the stomach without ever dropping below 6 HP. Let's go. Let's go. Plus 1 HP when dodging. Connected weapons no longer consume stamina. I already have lots of stamina, though. Okay. I don't know. We're kind of... Was there some missed secret room on the minimap? Yeah, I didn't know how to get to it, so we just moved on. All right, liver was as far as we got last time. I feel like we're a little stronger this time. Just a little bit. Upgrades any... Okay, I mean, yeah. What do we want to upgrade? 0 to 60% homing power. Upgrade our pump. Attacks arc. Yeah, screw it. Let's upgrade that. Bing, bing. Feels like we're gonna start needing damage soon. Oh, that'll give me damage if I just hold all my cores. Frozen enemies take 50% damage, though. Nah, we'll do that. We'll just not spend any money and use that. That'll amp us up. Cool. You are freezing? Yeah, I know. That's why it was tempting to go the other way too, but I figured if there's freeze immune enemies, this way I would get the damage. The little orbs. Whee! Cool. Mort, you get to choose one superpower for yourself, but chat gets to decide a really dumb, stupid weakness for you. What power do you take? I mean... I feel like there's a bait answer here somewhere. I'm not even gonna look at those because we need our orbs. What superpower do I take? I'm just gonna take, for the sake of this conversation, oh god, I'm gonna say immortality. Okay, that thing died really fast. Okay, now we want to like actually figure. Whoa. Let's try this. Now we can get another weapon. Get off there. The walls are like, I'm sticking to the walls. Okay, this beam is really cool though. Alright, what's this? No, I don't want the press X one. I don't like the press X ones. Press X, and links enemies together. Linked enemies share 70%. Sure, why not? Oh my god, we're so big. The thing died in 2 seconds. Okay. Guys, I think we're a little strong. I really like this game's music. Get off the wall. And boss time. Like I said, I think we're a little strong, guys. Don't like the press X ones. +1 max HP. Spawns 1 HP. I guess we're just doing that. Enter Vein. What's this? Whoa. Oh, it's cursed rooms. Legendary trait. Shoots 2 short-range projectiles sideways. Cannot aim. Epic thing. 3rd attack deals 3 damage with a melee weapon. Or just upgrade to rarity. Huh. Yeah, it's a devil deal. This thing is legendary, but it's 4 hearts. If we can get this, yeah, if we can get this to tie into the homing, I'm down to try it. So we'll put it here. Do that. And where's the homing one? Homing. It's at least attached it to one of them. I can't attach it to both. But this seems like good. Whatever, we'll do that. Okay. I hope that's cool. I hope that's cool. Into the lungs. I have to get really close. I don't know if this was worth it. I have to get really close. Just put it in the middle. Let's see if I can do that. There's the legendary one. Legendary one goes here. Put those there. And then the homing one. Go like that. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, that might work. We'll try it. Oh, that seems like it kind of worked. That seemed like it kind of worked. Put it on the sides? Well, no, because now it's getting the homing thing, which is like really close, so it can go like that. Oh god. And it does a lot of damage. I just have to be in kind of like melee range. Okay, that's the boss room. Health was getting a little low, though. How many boss rooms does your body have? That's a great question. Okay. Now what's this? Creates 4 cores after being overcharged. Attacks apply burn. Cancerous. +1 stat boost spreads out of control. Why do I feel like cancerous is bad? I kind of need more HP. I'm going to just take this. I'm not going to risk it. Have you considered becoming a temporary full-time streamer? I think right now the problem is if I have to pick between finishing my game or streaming, I have to pick finishing my game, and so maybe after I finish that, but I gotta finish the game first. Okay, I need help. These freaking walls, man. I do not enjoy the, like, environmental obstacles in this game. Okay. After you finish your game, you become a Toby Fox-style millionaire and don't need to stream anymore. Well, yeah, but streaming for me has never been about needing to. Streaming is just fun. I enjoy playing video game and talking about video games. It's not like I streamed for years without needing money for it. Oh, God. Fucking environment, dude. Ugh. Triples attacks. Third attack deals 3x damage. No. Let's take this and continue to let that charge us up. The range upgrade's nice. Yeah. A freaking environment, dude. I feel like the environment's just the thing I'm struggling with a bit more. Okay, hearts is good. Hearts is good. Let's go. It's like a hostile environment. True. I'll take my 3. And then we fast travel back to the boss. Okay. Ugh, awkward. Awkward. Get off there. Okay, boss time. Here we go. God, what is pulling me in? I'm gonna die. Whew. That was a little close. That was a little close. Fires projectile backwards while sprinting, holding dodge. No. Spawns 1 armor after being overcharged for 60 seconds. Flexible energy lash. Sure. Okay. Too wide to dodge? It does feel that way. All right, into the heart. Yeah, into the heart. Let's go. It's over here. Yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Whee! That's kind of cool. The bloodstream's kind of cool. We kind of need hearts, so I guess we'll go this way. What happened to Pal World? I've still been playing Pal World. I'm just trying to mix up the streams a little. Ow. It said gain 5 to 20 cores, and I gained 6. 6 was not a lot. Jesus. These things have a lot of firepower. Feels like the last level kind of thing. It's like very intense in the way the leveling is structured, where it's like guiding you by the pickups you want. Ah. I do not have a lot of maneuverability range. Okay. Whee. Okay. Whee. We don't want to shop, so I guess we'll go this way. Yeah, the music's great. Lots of pickups. Okay. Some of the enemies have parts like your organism. Are they other viruses or immune system? I'm not sure. Okay, let me go this way. Huh. I can barely get through. Ugh. I'm at full health. I don't need any of this. Can buy that. Do I want any extra hearts for the boss? Spore cannon. Nope. Press X to sacrifice 1 HP. No. I'll buy one of these, and then we'll go. Okay. Okay, that counts as taking damage. Is it just me, or did the difficulty go from like 0 to 60 real quick? Jesus. Ah. Whew. Phase 2. Oh my god, I can't move. Ah. Okay, that went from like 0 to 60 real quick. That's a final boss. And so gotta dodge those? I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Also, this menu's actually busted. I can't, I guess I have to press that button. Oh, lots of upgrades, I guess. 142 of these things. Sheesh. So, yeah, it was a good run. All right, I see the appeal though. It's pretty cool. The lasers were fun. I will have to dig into that more. I'm sure there's like ways to get really into it too. So, that's cool. Okay, that is gonna do it for me. I will be back tomorrow with some more games, and it'll be fun. So yeah, good stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed. As always, thank you for the subs and everything. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Max HP per frontliner. Oh, I just read the first half.